Meeting of council for Monday, November 7th to order. New councillor business, Councillor Rogers.
I move that the Canada Events Centre Suite expansion capital project to be completed in 2017 prior to the World U17 Hockey Challenge in October. If I can get a seconder, I'd like to speak to it.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor McFadden, discussion, go ahead.
So I'm just going to read through the background on it. It's a deferred capital project from 2015. It would require an $800,000 investment. And then after reviewing some of the reports that I'd received on it, it's an estimated $120,000 annual return on that investment. It's estimated at about a 7-year payback. So, 120 grand over 7 years is 840,000. So that's roughly a 15% return on your investment. So the money that's, if we had money sitting in capital reserves, for instance, that would be earning like maybe 2, 3, 4% interest, whatever. This is actually a way of making 15% interest. My experience has been anytime I get a 10-year return on an investment, that's always a good investment. That's something to get into. This is a benefit to the citizens, and it can increase the revenue, and it could possibly help reduce the net subsidy for the facility. That's all I got.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Javekov?
This item, just because we're just starting into budget discussions, I suggest that we refer this to budget discussion, so I'll make a motion.
Motion to refer to budget?
Yes.
Seconded? Second, Councillor Parslow? Oh, sorry.
No, but this is a motion to refer, which is always in order, but you're debating now only the referral?
Yeah. So Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I think that we should go through the budget assumptions that our financial officers put together, plus the fiscal gap discussion, because the language used in both those reports talks about looking at things going into the capital mix and making our priorities as it relates to capital, and I'd like us to see where this fits into our priorities. Also, I think it's bad policy for council just to jump on things when there's a grant available, because it distorts what our priorities might be. So, but anyway, that's why I think we should discuss it in that context. I won't argue about the previous motion.
Thank you. Further discussion on the referral motion? Refer to budget? Okay, so Jim, I want to ask you if you can, in terms of timelines, so for budget discussions, then we'll this would move through the normal process and be then either approved or not. And would that be into April? Or could council approve it beforehand? And do we have any idea in terms of what the construction timelines would be for a project like this?
So those are a bunch of questions.
Thought I'd wrap them all up in one.
This particular project has been deferred 2 budgets in a row. It hasn't made the cut when compared with other budgetary priorities, and there's no way of knowing if it would this time. If it was approved in the normal budget process, that approval would come around end of April, beginning of May. Our last suite construction project took about 4 months from start, not from when council made a budget decision, but from when the contractor was chosen and the work started. And my understanding is there was also an issue of grant availability. As you know, it's my own personal belief that we shouldn't let the availability of grants interfere with our determining our priorities. And it hasn't made the cut 2 years in a row, so I don't know if it makes the cut this year.
Thank you. Further discussion on the referral motion? Councillor Rogers and Councillor Javekov?
Yeah, I did bring this forward because when I ran for election, I said, okay, if you can find something that makes money or that can increase revenue, then you should build on that. I found something that can possibly increase revenue, and it can increase capacity for the center, and we're building on our infrastructure that is currently out there. I think that if you want to compare this to other capital projects that we are looking at, tell me any of the capital projects that we're looking at that can possibly make us money. That's why I brought this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Javeka?
Yeah, just by virtue of the fact that it didn't make the cut the last 2 years in a row, that indicates that there's a lot of other priority spending that we've found. So I think it's important to measure this project with the other priorities for capital in our budget. So I think we have to refer it.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, just a point of, I think we're supposed to be just debating the
Referral
need
motion.
for referral, and it was my headspace when I seconded this motion that we would be making a determination about whether we wait for the capital mix or not when we debate it late after the budget discussion.
Good point. Thank you.
And
Go ahead, Councillor Evans.
and just so everybody's clear on this, I'm not chasing after this because there's a grant for it. The numbers, even without a grant, if we got a grant for it, great. That makes our return on our investment even larger. I brought this forward today because of the timing of the event, and I realized that even last year we had built the change rooms. There would have been a grant available, but timing didn't allow for it. I'll be able to, if later on, I'll probably be able to speak to the other motions regarding that. But as far as the deferral goes, I don't know, is it going to make a difference if we do it now or if we do it at the end of the meeting? I'm pretty sure everybody's read the budget assumptions already. And I guess that's all I got to say.
Jim?
So the motion on the floor is to refer to your capital budget discussions.
Yeah.
They're not happening today.
Yeah.
They're not happening until probably January.
January, February, March, yeah. Further discussion on the referral motion? Councillor Parslow, you look like
Sorry,
you
you're
want...
not wishing to... Is that the motion? I didn't realize that was the motion.
We're referring it to the budget discussion, so that was my question about clarification.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your...
Because that will happen then in
Yeah.
January, February, March.
In
our
January, you see the full range of projects and choose the ones that are going forward.
capital. Yeah. So, Councillor Javeka?
Yeah, that's the motion, to refer it to the budget discussions for capital, because we have a lot of different priorities for capital, and until we start discussing them, I mean, to slip individual projects in, it doesn't make sense to me,
Fine.
Thank you.
So I'm still comfortable
Yeah,
seconding
so
it.
that was my question to administration
exactly,
on
yeah.
clarification about the motion. So you ready for the question on the referral motion to budget discussions? You ready? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. You anything further?
No, I'll give everybody an update on the NDIT stuff at our next meeting.
Sure.
I understand we've got
All right.
a
Thank
big show against.
Thank you.
Dave today.
Councillor, next item, Councillor Javekov, 2.2.
Yeah, I'd like to read these motions out. Whereas administration has warned council for a number of years that the city has lagged behind in replacement and repairs of existing infrastructure by $41,717,434. This shortfall will increase by approximately $22,685,820 from 2016 to 2020. And whereas council has not dealt with the shortfall, and whereas there has been no public consultation on this matter, and whereas new services will exacerbate this shortfall, and whereas ignoring the shortfall will result in worsening situation and continued need for crisis management with future tax increases and/or borrowing, and whereas the options to secure funding to remedy this shortfall are to reduce services or to increase taxes by more than 50%, or a combination of the two. Be it resolved that council begin budget discussions for 2017 with provisions for administration to provide a statement of impact on fiscal gap for all capital projects and a potential reduction in services. And be it resolved that council launch a comprehensive information campaign to inform the public about this funding shortfall to begin by January 2017. And be it resolved that council consider asking the citizens of Dawson Creek by way of a referendum or other inclusive means for advice on preferred action.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to refer those motions, if I could, to, can I do that?
Well, I was just going to ask for a seconder first,
Oh, okay.
and then I'll let you speak to it.
Okay.
So do I have a seconder for the
It's all
motion?
about process.
Yeah, but we need one more person to say yeah. Councillor Parslow, go ahead.
Okay, the first motion, that council begin budget discussions for 2017 with provisions for administration to provide a statement of impact on fiscal gap for all capital projects and a potential reduction in services. I'd like to move that to item 7.3 in the agenda, which is the discussion on budget assumptions.
Okay.
And the other two resolutions, I'd like to refer them to item 7.6, the fiscal grant, or the fiscal gap report from the CAO.
Thank you. So first, if I can just ask for a seconder for those two referral motions, and Councillor Parslow. And so go ahead. Did you have further discussion on that?
Well, I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, but all of these motions are somewhat dealt with in these other items here in the budget. So I think it's, rather than discuss this on a one-off, I think it's more appropriate to discuss them within those reports.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
The reason for me seconding this is I think we've got two excellent reports later on in our agenda which will require and deserve a lot of council attention. And these motions that Councillor Javetkov put forward has to be looked at and harmonised with whatever council direction takes in response to those two reports.
And I certainly agree. I think, to me, when I read your suggestion, your motions this morning, they're absolutely, to me, part of that discussion we're going to have later on in the agenda. And I think the fiscal gap discussions that Jim's provided a report on in the agenda is absolutely that statement of purpose and how we're going to move it forward. So I think they're absolutely appropriate in those two areas. So any further discussion on those two items? Councillor
I just
Rod?
need a little bit of clarity for me here. So we're going to refer these motions till after we talk about, we'll be talking about this under mayor's business, I can only assume?
So no, they'll come back through under those two items, and then council will then vote on those two motions as they come up in those two items.
Okay.
Brenda?
Yes, that's correct.
In some ways, Councillor Javetkov's proposed resolutions are in accordance with later reports in the agenda, and in some ways they are contradictory to later reports. But if you resolve them all at the same time so that council can give a clear direction, that would be good.
And to me, that's the agenda items in 7375. We'll absolutely deal with those two motions in that, along with the other aspects of the recommendations in the items.
Okay.
Brenda?
No, thanks.
Brenda, you're nodding? Yeah. Good. You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Any other new councillor business?
So those would be on the referral motions. That was.
Minutes. 3.1, we have the minutes of our public hearing of October 17th for adoption. Councillor McFadden, Councillor Schumann. Any errors or omissions in the minutes? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3.2, we have the minutes of our regular meeting of council of October 17th for adoption. Councillor Wilbur, Councillor Rogers. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3.3, we have the minutes of our special meeting of council of October 31st for adoption. Councillor Rogers, Councillor Wilbur, any errors or omissions in those minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. Is there any business arising out of any of the minutes? Councillor Rogers?
I just wondered if staff had sent that letter off to NDIT that was under the 3.3. That was our special meeting.
Through your worship, yes, it was sent that day it was made.
Excellent.
Good, thank you.
I'll follow up.
Item 5.5.1, we have a letter from, on correspondence, we have a letter from Rhonda Van de Vloot, Registrar of the Youth Parliament of BC Alumni Society. Now, we had, so I just want to ask a question of administration. We had a young lady here that,
Salish Schmaltz.
yeah. And so is that, so I'll leave it to council. Councillor Roger?
Receive for information.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Schumann, discussion? Councillor Roger?
What I've done is, when I seen this, I've forwarded the email to the high school, and also I sent it over to youth worker at the Nowakan, because they do have a youth group there, and I also gave it to Louise, my wife, and she was going to send it off to some of the other schools.
Great opportunity to raise, thank you for doing that. Great opportunity to raise the awareness for youth to attend. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we're a little ahead of our 9 o'clock time slot, so for delegation. So we're going to move to reports. 7.1, we have report 16153 from the Director of Community Services. Councillor Parslow?
I'd like to move that report number 16153 from the Director of Community Services for the 2016 Fire Hall Renovation Viability Study be received. Further, the Council directs staff to complete construction drawings for a fire hall renovation based on the December 2015 report recommendations. Further, the Council directs staff to include a phased budget to complete the renovations within the 5-year capital plan.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion?
Can I
Sorry, go ahead.
speak to the motion?
Yeah, and then Councillor Javetkov.
Okay. This was, of course, on a previous agenda, and some of us were asleep or whatever excuse other people may have.
I was not.
So I just have a question about this. I'm making an assumption here that, because staff does such a good job at any rate, we know that, but I just wonder if they had any figures, what the cost comparison would be to building a new fire hall. We know that some of these renovation projects do get kind of expensive sometimes, so, and maybe staff hasn't got that, we might be getting it, but that's a question. Okay.
Jim?
So through your worship, no, we don't at this time, but we would bring them as part of the business case for any capital projects suggested out of this.
Okay. Councillor Rogers?
I do. I just gonna start right from everything I've written down. This was a 3-page thing that I ended up with, but to answer some of the questions Mr. Parslow had, based on what I've read so far, the renovation doesn't appear to be the most cost-effective option. The alternative suggested by staff should be considered in the recommendation. From what I just heard, that will happen. There's on page 42, it recommended that the renovations to add a gender-specific sleeping area, washroom, and shower if nothing else is done for the next 5 to 10 years. A more extensive renovation could possibly extend the life of the current building 15 to 20 years. So what we were deciding is whether we are going to put a significant amount of money into a renovation as a temporary fix for a building that will need to be replaced in the next few years, when the cost will end up being significantly higher. Vector Projects group out of Kelowna recently in 2013 built the new fire hall in Fort St. John for approximately $12.7 million, which is roughly comparable to the need for Dawson Creek. I just looked at their population and the fire hall. And then for comparison with other communities with newly built halls, included Coquitlam, Qualicum Beach, Osoyoos, Richmond, Vancouver, and Burnaby. Funding was available through Infrastructure Canada, that's the federal gas tax, BC Gaming funding, and other sources. According to a quote from Jim Rogers, he was with the building department of the Alaska, or from Fort St. John. It was in the Alaska Highway News on October the 13th. And it was quote saying that fire trucks are now longer and bigger. The report that we received didn't mention that, but there was a note for the need of additional space for the platform ladder truck possibly in the next 5 years. So that means we're going to be adding on to that facility as well. The report states that current structure was built in the late 1950s, which if accurate means the building's close to 60 years old. I know that the report had said it was built in 1962, but then we got another report that says it was built in the late 50s. So, you know, I think if you're 56 years old, 5 years here and there means a lot. The current building does not meet post-disaster standards. We need to consider the costs of the value under the BC Building Code. A rebuild would address functionality, health, safety, energy efficiency, and would also offer flexibility space for future changes. In addition, not to mention in the report, it would provide a separate contaminated spaces for clean space for through WorkSafe, I think, yeah, WorkSafe BC requirements, because they do require a clean and a clean room and a contaminated room. I guess when these guys get changed, I didn't see that in the report, but that is something that I think has to be addressed. Developing a new structure would afford better opportunity in the long term to meet the department's needs, secure fire protection for the next 30 to 50 years, and provide firefighters with a modern emergency response facility, which would reflect the city's commitment to improving service excellence. Renovating a building, as we all know, has many unknown factors, and the costs are significantly more to upgrade to the same standards as a new building. So I'm leaning towards, actually I'm pretty certain I feel this way, that we should be looking at building a new fire hall and not renovating the existing one, because in the long term, I don't think our fire department's ever going to go away. So having a brand new structure, securing 30 to 50 years of certainty, and I do believe that the costs of the new facility, although we haven't received the costs of the renovation, I think it would outweigh the renovating aspect of it.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
I think all those points would be considered when staff presents us the budget, the business case for this. So I think those points should be noted. But staff is following. With council has adopted the Auditor General for Local Government's guidelines in these things, and that does require a budget case being brought forward, and staff has already said they're going to do that. So I think that will all be reflected, and we can consider it in the context when we've got that report.
Sure.
So I'm not refuting what it's saying. I'm just saying it's going to be looked at.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll just put my cards on
Yep.
the table.
Sure.
And we appreciate that. Councillor Javekov?
Yeah, I agree. I think those questions can be answered with the report from administration. I'd just like to have included in that report a statement about the impact on the fiscal gap. So if we extend the lifespan of the fire hall, by 15 or 20 years, instead of building it now, considering we don't have any money set aside, so I guess you'd have to look at borrowing or whatever for a new fire hall, unless you eliminate all the rest of the capital projects. But a statement in there about the impacts on fiscal gap, like in my mind, it should improve the situation, but I'd like to see administration's read on it. And it's pretty complex for a simple person like me to grasp it. So we need some expertise to explain that.
You weren't asking for an opinion or a rebuttal on that, were you? Jim?
So through your worship, on that topic, going forward, capital projects are going to have a review of their effect on tangible capital assets management, which is a different thing than fiscal gap. Fiscal gap comes from two sources: projected expenditures and projected revenues. So we can't actually say how anything will affect the fiscal gap because we can't second guess what might happen with revenues. What we can talk about is what tangible capital assets, which is a combination of replacement cost and ongoing maintenance for anything we do. So when we add something of a capital nature, including expanding or renovating a fire hall, we add to the value of it, so we add to the amount that notionally needs to be reserved to replace it at a time in the future. So those kind of things are going to come forward. It's part of the tangible capital assets management scheme. But a statement on fiscal gap, it's impossible to make that because it doesn't cover all the other things that are part of fiscal gap having to do with revenue.
And you know, for me, the fire hall viability study, I look at it from the perspective of 15 to 20 years as being the short-term plan, and then at some point we have a long-term plan because you're going to need to replace that. So you're going to need to replace the city hall. You're going to need to replace, and so those are a more fulsome discussion. And when you look at it from that, for me, when I think about it from that perspective, I think about the value of this land, this location, and replacing all of it in the long term takes that planning, because you're going to be 10 or 15 years in the planning process, making the decision as to how you move forward, where does it fit within prioritization, but at some point that has to happen. And I think that, to me, is how I kind of think about the long-term plan of the fire hall, the city hall, this whole structure of what we provide for services. And then how do you leverage this location as an asset, because it is going to be a huge asset for the land and the property and all that. So to me, that's how I kind of think about it. And so I think the fire hall viability, the renovation study, is a short term, because you're going to need to keep that thing functioning until we get through the planning mechanism of all of this, and then where do you leverage it into the priorities of your capital projects, and then how do you move it forward in terms of construction. So you're a long ways out, even if you tried to pull that off in the near term. Councillor Javetkov?
Just one other question, and I think it was discussed in a fairly big report there, but I don't remember what the results were on the location, the optimum location for the fire hall for future.
Yeah, Jim?
So the study by Mitchell and Associates, which recommended this subsequent structural study, the study by Mitchell and Associates said that our location provided sufficient response times to all corners of not only the existing municipality, but where the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan says it might grow. So the location, we didn't need 2 fire halls, is basically what the conclusion of the study was, and we didn't foresee the need for 2 fire halls into the foreseeable future.
But it's a great conversation, I think, as we go through our official community plan work now. And this recent flood this year, when we cut off half of our community from emergency services for fire and hospital and all those things. So I think it's a really pertinent discussion to have through that OCP and that emergency preparedness discussion as it relates to our core infrastructure and how we build community and how we anticipate development and all of those things. So, Councillor Roger?
Yeah, my concern is okay, we're looking at a 5 to 10 year plan, or we're looking at a 15 to 20 year plan, or we're looking at a 30 to 50 year plan. And when it comes to our major emergency response center and our post-disaster building, and to bring the standards up on that 60-year-old building to today's codes to meet a post-disaster building according to the BC building code, those renovations are going to be significantly high, and wouldn't it not be prudent to just build a new fire hall rather than go through the whole renovation process. But this information will be given
part of
to
it.
us so we can,
Yeah.
so it'll give us a good opportunity to have that discussion.
Council aren't approving the budget, they're approving the plan
Yep.
for that process to go through, so we can then say, yeah, we're gonna pull the trigger on that budget, or, you know what, it's too much dough, we need to look at the other options.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're at 9 o'clock, so I want to move to our delegations, and before I do that, I want to take the opportunity to welcome our MLA and Minister of Education, Mike Bernier, into the gallery today. It's good to see you. Welcome to Council. I was nervous about putting the sign up, but you might come back into the chair, so welcome.
I've been more nervous if mine was still there.
Welcome, and it's good to have you in Council today.
Thank you. Thanks, Evan.
So delegations, 6.1, we have Brent Marshall from Peace Radon Protection in attendance regarding a radon awareness proclamation.
Thanks.
Morning. Welcome. So it's my pleasure this morning to read a proclamation. Sorry. Wrong proclamation. Adopted families. You would have been liking that one. Whereas adopted families. Whereas the city of Dawson Creek is located in Area 1, high risk of the province of British Columbia. And whereas Area 1 of the province of BC is considered to be at a greater risk for high levels of indoor radon gas. And whereas indoor radon gas is known to be a serious public health risk, causing as many as 16% of lung cancer deaths in Canada each year. And whereas detecting levels of indoor radon gas is simple with a low cost and easy to administer tests. And whereas if high levels of indoor radon are present in a home, cost-effective solutions exist to reduce unsafe levels. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim November 2016 as Radon Awareness Month in Dawson Creek. Brent, thanks very much for coming in this morning, and if you wanted to address council or have a few...
Just quickly, I want to thank the mayor and the council and the city of Dawson Creek for giving me the time to just raise awareness on radon, let you know it's easy to test, easy to fix, and it's just a further tribute to the quality of life that Dawson Creek wants to provide for the people that live here. And if there's any questions or some literature around, or you can go online. And just to know that there is a certified radon measurement technician and mitigation person in your area to help you. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Brent. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Hey Brent, one question. What's the average, if somebody discovers radon in their house, what's the average cost to fix it?
So there's a lot of different mitigation techniques, air movement, using existing structure in your house, but the most common method for curing it is called sub-slab depressurization, where you put a hole in your slab with some piping and you take it out your rim joist or out through the roof. With the new BC building code, it should already be in the new builds, so it's a perforated pipe in the ground with your gravel and your poly plastic, and then you can just come in and install a fan. So it starts at anywhere from 500 to 2,000 to put a system like that in. And you can go to Northern Health or any of your, some hardware stores, and you can get a testing kit for as low as $30 to $50, and that's a 3-month test. Or you can hire somebody to come in and do a short-term test for around $120. So, and, it's just not a lot of people know about it. I didn't know about it. I know I've done 40 tests in Dawson Creek, and out of those 45 have been over, so that's around 10%. So it is in Dawson, and I just want to raise awareness. And there's no reason you can't smell it, taste it, detect it. The only way to know is to test. So Just thank you for your time, for letting me raise awareness. Is there any other questions?
I don't have a question here, but I just wanted to say that Peace Radon Protection is actually one of our Love Dawson Creek businesses. So if anybody wants more information, go to lovedawsoncreek.com. He's on there. I know I've had my house tested. It was easy peasy, and I was happy to see I was free and clear and good results, and it happened in a timely fashion. So thanks to Brent for bringing awareness too, but also thanks for joining Love Dawson Creek and looking after our community.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Brent.
Okay, thanks.
Next delegation this morning, 6.2, we have Sherry Jones from the Adoptive Families Association of BC and Tina Hill from the Ministry of Children and Family Development in attendance regarding our adoption awareness proclamation. Good morning.
Good morning.
Get up here. Good morning.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, it's you.
Whereas adoptive families in British Columbia provide the love and support of a permanent family, and whereas the Government of British Columbia wishes to recognize the care, compassion, and unselfish commitment of British Columbia adoptive families, and whereas there continues to be a need for adoptive families to nurture the growth and development of children, especially those with special needs because of age, physical, mental, and emotional disability, and sibling groups. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim the month of November 2016 as Adoption Awareness Month in Dawson Creek. And it's an absolute pleasure to give this to Sherry, who's been, and Doug have been amazing adoptive parents for 20 plus years and have adopted, I think, 3 children. And so we're very proud of the work that they've led for our community and region for providing a safe home for children. Floor is yours.
You betcha. I just wanted to share a few stats. In 2014 to 2016, we had 644 children adopted in the province of BC. At the present moment, there are 900 children waiting for their forever homes. And the average over the years has been 270 children that have been adopted into their forever homes. And I'm really pleased to say that the ministry has just started a new process, and that we're hoping will speed up the adoption process and get children into their homes faster. Most of the work can be done online, so you would register for a BC ID number and proceed down through the steps that way. So they're hoping that will speed up the home study process and get kids into their homes quicker.
Thank you, Sherry. Tina, do you have any?
I just wanted to add, we have a really strong community of adopted families here in Dawson Creek, and it shares that they provide a permanent and safe home for kids that are in foster care, and that see is a huge need. So spread the word that we're always looking for new families. Mark, I didn't see any application to be a foster parent, so we may be.
We've got a revolving door at our house.
Boomerang. They go like that. There you go.
Any questions?
Any questions for Sherry, Tina? You guys, thanks so much for coming in,
Thanks,
and obviously the work that you do on behalf of our community and region for this really important care to our children is so vital. So we really appreciate the work you guys have done. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Keep that for stuff.
Thank you.
If anybody
Yeah, you
wants
bet.
to look at.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dale. See ya.
Six 6.3, we have Emily Galen from the United Way of Northern British Columbia in attendance regarding the 18 Wheels of Christmas. Good morning, Emily. Welcome.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. I just wanted to talk about a few things today. I wanted to let you guys know about a couple events that we have coming up in Dawson Creek, and give you guys a couple options of how you can be involved with United Way in Dawson Creek, and update you on the programs that we are funding. So I'll start with what we are doing in Dawson Creek. The new programs we're able to fund were the Literacy Society's Child Minding Program, the library's Kids After School program, the Networks Ministries Good Food Box program, and Better at Home housekeeping program. And those are the local ones, and they don't include our regionally wide programs that support Dawson Creek, such as Success by Six, spinal cord injury, vision loss rehabilitation, HIV peer capacity building support groups, brain injury, BC 211, and 24-hour crisis line and youth support line. So as you can see, we're doing a lot in Dawson Creek. And the way we're able to do that is from local companies and corporations pledging, having office fundraisers, and sponsoring events. So we would like to invite the City of Dawson Creek to participate in a campaign with United Way, either by running an office campaign, a one-time donation, or sponsoring our events such as our Dawson Creek Fire Truck Pull, which will be in the summer of 2017. Some of the other events that we have coming up, you probably are aware of the 18 Wheels of Christmas with Rose and O Transport, and that will be on November 18th, 4 to 8 p.m., and November 19th at 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And so this is a food and a toy drive that we're doing in support the Salvation Army in Dawson Creek. All of the food donations and the toy donations will go to the Salvation Army, and cash donations at that time will go to the United Way of Northern BC. We invite the council and city members of Dawson Creek to come participate by collecting in-house donations to be delivered to the Christmas truck at the time of the date of the event. We also welcome anybody who would like to come volunteer, come see Santa Claus, etc. Another event we have is a pajama drive going on with RBC in Dawson Creek. So at this time, we are looking for cozy new pajamas for children and mothers in the community. For such families that face difficult challenges such as poverty, addiction, domestic violence, and mental health. Through the pajama drive, you are contributing to a warmer and more loving bedtime for moms and children in the Dawson Creek area. These donations will be given to the Dawson Creek's local Mitzvah Transition House for women and children. And that will run from November 29th until December 30th, and you can drop off your pajamas at the RBC branch or contact me if you want to do an in-house donation box, and I can bring it to RBC for you guys. And that's about everything. Any questions?
Well, thank you. And so we appreciate the update. Obviously, the United Way is a critical service provider and lots in so many ways. So we really appreciate the update that you've given us this morning. Emily, and any questions for Emily? The one, so I did see the note for the 18 Wheels of Christmas, and the only conflict for us is the 18th is our annual Christmas tree light up that night.
Oh yeah, we actually did it in conjunction,
Okay, good.
so that we would have somebody at the tree lighting handing out information
Awesome.
and vouchers, so that people will be directed to our hot chocolate station, etc. the evening of. As
So
well.
I'm absolutely going to be there, and I'll be there till we have to head over to the Christmas tree light up and at 6:45. But
Perfect. Thank
awesome.
you so much.
So thank you for coming in this morning, and you had me a little bit nervous there on the RBC pajama drive because I thought we were going to go out on a in our pajamas collecting stuff. So it's better that we donate pajamas rather than be in our pajamas.
You can do whatever your heart wants to do.
yeah,
Thank you so
that'd
much.
be a scary thing. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate you coming in. 6.4, we have Paul Dunsmore and Kelly Pearson from Canada Post in attendance regarding a vicious dog attack. So, good morning, Paul.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
Welcome. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you. So I would like to discuss on behalf of Canada Post this vicious dog that was the city deemed vicious October 26, 2016. It has to do with a pit bull. This is the third incident that we've had with this particular pit bull in Dawson Creek from a Canada Post standpoint. It's affected several of my letter carriers. One of them actually ended up macing the dog to no effect. The dog was still trying to physically get at her. It's charged several of my letter carriers before. This attack, the big one, the reason why we're here, on October 24th, the pit bull, his name's Dax. He got loose from the front yard. The door was left open when one of the owners went outside to have a cigarette. The letter carrier was actually 2 addresses away from 1020. The dog got up to her in front. The owner was present. He was standing outside calling the dog, and the dog bit Sandra between her legs on the inside of her upper thigh. Very sensitive area. Ended up, I ended up taking her to the hospital to get her checked out and everything like that. Sandra missed a total of 6 days of work from this incident. The dog's already been assessed through animal control on the other one that we had when it was maced. We've got 3 witness statements from neighbors that are stating that this dog's been loose several occasions as far away on 11th Street and 8th Street. There is the school that is located just a few blocks away from it. The 3 witness statements that I have are all saying that the dog is loose on a constant basis. The direct neighbor beside it is actually an elderly senior citizen. She says before she leaves her house, she opens her door and she looks to make sure that it's okay that the dog's not loose. This dog's actually lunged at her. She was lucky because the owner was able to grab the dog before it came out. I would like to see something done than more than just having this dog deemed vicious. I think it's had too many incidences. I'm worried about not just my Canada Post employees, but also kids out there. Some of the witnesses are saying that they don't go for walks anymore just because the dog's always loose. So that's what we have on the incident, and I'm not sure what you guys will do going forward with it, but I would hate to see this dog get a hold of a little child, like the school being that close. We've got paper boys, city employees go up there to read the water meters, BC Hydro, Pacific Northern Gas, so the dog has a lot of chances to interact with more than just my letter carriers. I just want to leave you guys with the fact we had a floor talk with my carriers, something that I haven't done approaching it. I do a lot of safety talks involving dogs, but I got my staff to stand in front of everybody and I just asked a simple question: who here has been charged by a dog? Every single one of my carriers put up their hand, and then I asked the question, how many here have actually been bit by a dog? And about half of my employees put up their hands. I was in discussion with Brent from the city here, and he made a wonderful comment to me that's really resonated with me. And he said, we're the ones that are out there on the street, the Canada Post employees, that Monday to Friday more than anybody else here that have contact or incidences with the dog. I do want to open up more talks with the city of Dawson Creek in regards to when we do have incidences like this. That's all I have, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions? Councillor Parslow and then Councillor Javetka?
Yes, I may be remiss here in not knowing things maybe I should know. But how has the SPCA been engaged with you?
Actually, we've got a really good rapport with them. We're starting to actually even get more engaged. Wendy and I and Katie are all going to have a discussion after this presentation here. We pass on all the information that we have, and they've done vice versa with us. A lot of the times when you guys from the city give us a vicious dog, we make sure that we're corresponding with the SPCA and animal control as well. But we're all going to try and be a little bit more proactive now going forward to make sure that something as simple as getting my letter carriers to snap pictures if they can of dogs that are loose. There seems to be a lot of people, the smaller dogs. We've actually had a lot of the smaller dogs inflict a lot of damage to letter carriers at Canada Post. It's not just the large breeds, and I'm sure the people here own dogs. They act different towards Canada Post employees. We only come up to their house. We don't go into the house, so dogs perceive us completely different than if you go up to the inside the house as opposed to just walking up. So we are going to try and have a more active role and all work together. I want to include the city of Dawson Creek with the work that we're doing with the SBC and animal control as well.
Go ahead, one more.
Supplementary question. I appreciate knowing about this, so I appreciate the awareness that you're providing us. Is there any ask of council? Do you have any ask of council at this meeting, at this delegation? Any requests?
To what? Sorry.
Do you have any requests to make to council?
I would like at least whether you guys are gonna want to look after my presentation about seizing the dog. Maybe at least getting another assessment done on it, but I think this is just a ticking time bomb. I think this is definitely going to be another attack. Whether she's muzzling this dog, which I know that she was supposed to be doing, the dog keeps getting loose, so you can't tell me that they're gonna muzzle this dog inside the house.
That's the problem. When he goes out for a cigarette or something, the dog is getting through the door. And at that point, unless he's muzzled in the house, the dog is not muzzled when he gets out.
Councillor Javeka?
Do we have enough information on this to deal with it in mayor's business?
So we'll bring it back under mayor's business and get information from administration at that time in terms of what has taken place so far and get a bit of a history on it. And I'm sure if it's been designated a vicious dog, we've been involved in it, and certainly the SPCA and our administration by law enforcement likely have some history on it. So we'll bring it back under mayor's business. Perfect. Have some conversation about it at that time. Any further questions for the delegation? Paul, Kelly, thank you for coming in this morning, and we appreciate the update, and we appreciate the information, and we'll bring it back under our mayor's business.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to take a quick 2-minute break before our next delegation, then we can get set up?
For these guys, but this
We
is-
have to set up the PowerPoint
Yeah.
anyway.
So we'll take a 5-minute recess just so that we can get this set up. Well, yeah, because these guys are going to obviously need to go out and have a
Fresh air.
refreshment.
Shady.
So Ann from Aspen Property Grove and Carrie from
Is this a
Carrie
diff-
Hansen.
is this a
So,
different-
welcome, and they're here to give a presentation on the boundary extension application. So floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, do I need the mic on, or can everybody hear me?
The mic is picked up for the because their council meetings are televised. So we need the
Okay,
mic.
okay, perfect. So we're here to ask council to reconsider its August 22nd decision to withdraw support from the boundary extension process. And one of the sticking points for council was road maintenance. We had a look at the city boundary map, and it shows that the 217 road is within the city boundaries already, so that the issue of road maintenance may or may not arise. That would be something between the city and the province. In any event, if it does, the estimated cost of road maintenance over 5 years, which concerns city at the August 22nd meeting, would be very small compared to the loss of potential development and tax revenue, even if that development takes place 5 or 10 years down the road. We are encouraged to see council is going ahead with a review of the official community plan. It's certainly timely, given the increasing industrial development and commercial activity in the city that we've experienced in the last few years. We're further encouraged to hear that the city, the regional district, the Agricultural Land Commission, and presumably the village of Poos, are going to meet to review the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan with a view to identifying land for future development and prioritizing future exclusions from the Agricultural Land Reserve for that purpose. The city of Dawson Creek is the strongest municipal voice in that process, and for that reason, that's the local government that the Hansens prefer. It would be advantageous for the city as well to have these two properties included within the boundaries prior to developing the OCP and prior to negotiating with the Agricultural Land Commission. By having the properties within the city boundaries, it allows the city to be involved at all stages of development, right from the planning onwards. And it would be a lot better for the city to have it within their boundaries right at the very start than take over a partially developed property or a developed property in the future if it had been developed when it's in another jurisdiction. So while it's true there's been a slowdown, that was brought up at your meeting as well, in the economy, the oil and gas industry appears to be picking up, as witnessed by the higher occupancy rates at hotels and the increased traffic on the highways and rural roads. Also, it was encouraging to hear about wood fiber LNG. that certainly indicates that natural gas is going to be really going here, and Dawson Creek should be ready to meet that need. In December 2015, we presented an overview of vacant industrial land available in and around Dawson Creek, and there's been very little change since that time. So I'm just going to whiz through it quickly because I think most of you were here at that time. There is Dawson Creek, and the map tax indicate the Hansons' properties that they wish included in the boundary. And again, that makes it clearer. And this is some industrial property that is available right now. One that's rather contentious is the Carter property, which has been on the market for ever since it was identified by the Agricultural Land Commission as being good for industrial development. It's been held in speculation and nothing has occurred. This is another view of what's available, and as you can see, there isn't much. This, of course, is at the airport industrial site, and there is one property that shows it looks really white on there. It's about 5 acres, and it has a for sale sign on it now. But a 5-acre parcel doesn't address the needs of major service providers. They're looking usually for 10, maybe 15, 20-acre parcels because they have a lot of equipment to park. Here's some more land that is available. And you'll notice Gary Loisel's property down there with the pink map tax. The Agricultural Land Commission has turned that down, so that's something I'm sure is going to have to be the subject of discussion on the comprehensive development plan, as will Shipton's property. And that was Shipton's property there, the one that says ALR exclusion application. It failed before the ALR as well. As you can see, these are all pretty small parcels. And so again, there's around Hanson's area, there's their existing development that has 25 acres available. Is that still correct?
Yes.
That is, okay. And kitty corner from that property to the southeast, under contract, you still have?
We still have an offer in place.
Okay, so there's still an offer in place on that. And then immediately to the west, you have the Carter property listed for sale for $4.25 million. And the problem with that is it isn't getting developed. And just south of that, you have Brocor, which is in the process of being removed from the ALR. It has approval, it just has a few things to do. Okay. I think you're familiar with all this. And of course, now that's being developed, the old, I guess it's the old everything, it's the old Green Smart, it's the old LP, but anyway, it's developed very nicely now. And then we have the problem of the height restriction on the back lots at the airport subdivision. And we'll skip over Shipton because that's not approved at the moment. So that was our recommendations at the time. Be proactive as a municipality, be ready for the demand, encourage local developers, compete with Grand Prairie and Fort St. John, and move forward with the application based on the information provided today. And yes, it went ahead. And then concerns arose at the point that there was electoral approval. Now I know at the August 22nd meeting, there was concern expressed about the process, the alternate approval process. There were 3 objections And if you think the threshold of voters in Dawson Creek is around 7,000, that's a .0004 objection. And that approval process is in place by legislation, and to call for a full referendum at the developer's expense, this developer or any developer, would be punitive on the part of the city and would discourage development, which my understanding is you wish to develop. So if Dawson Creek is ready to welcome new industry to the city, it needs to increase its industrial land base. Having a land base that includes industrial land zoned but not developed does not put Dawson Creek in a position to meet industry needs. There's a need to include land that will be developed by its owners, not simply held on speculation. And the Hansons are that kind of landowner. They have a proven record of land development in BC and Alberta, including a development project in Alberta. For every project they take on, they commit to its success. They live their projects. To establish industry contacts for their industrial subdivision here in Dawson Creek, they created a business in the industry. It wasn't a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday job, but a 4:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week job. This allowed them to make business contacts and led to the first sale of land in their Dawson Creek development. It was their commitment to ensure the success of their project. Now, such a commitment requires a large financial output to get started, buy equipment, safety programs, and time to put it all together, to keep it running, and the energy to run that hard for that amount of time. In their own words, when we commit 110%. Wayne and Carrie are the type of developers that are truly invested in Dawson Creek. They're not somebody from the Lower Mainland or another province here to make a quick buck and leave. They live here, and they are among the citizens who can ensure that Dawson Creek is ready to meet the next wave of industrial investment in the piece. We recognize Council wants to attract investment. If it does not go ahead with the boundary extension at this time and delays it until after the community plan and South Peace Development Plan, opportunity and tax revenue will likely be lost. A new application to include these properties in the city would take another 18 months. And as we all know, when industry wants to invest in land, they want to do it right away. We are asking Council to reconsider its decision to withdraw support and to take all the steps necessary for this boundary extension to be considered at the next meeting of Cabinet, as was put forward in the staff report. Do you have any questions of us?
So I'm just going to move back up to the front. So any questions for delegation? Councillor Javeka.
I've got a question for administration. So what is our situation, considering we made the last motion and passed it? Where are we at now? Can we reconsider it, or?
There's nothing preventing you from reconsidering it. The actions that have been taken have been around, well, firstly, nothing was forwarded to the provincial government on the boundary, the final request for the boundary extension. And we have reached out to our partners around renewing the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan. So that work is ongoing, and I don't think you could back out of that work now, and I don't think you ought to. That's a different matter than the boundary extension. Your motion says you will not include these properties in the boundary until the outcome of that process. What the delegation is asking is that you do it now and continue in the other process.
Councillor Javeka.
Just another question. Like, my perception is that if we have land within the limits of the city, within the city limits, when the initiative is started to get that land excluded from the ALR, my perception is that it would be easier or more likely if we have that land within the city limits. Is that something that you've
So if
got?
you're just talking about an exclusion from the agricultural land reserve, that's clearly not true. Mr. Loisel has a piece of property adjacent to one of these inclusion requests that the city has been trying to get out of the ALR for over 20 years. And the fact that it's in the boundary hasn't had the slightest effect on the Agricultural Land Commission. It's the one Ms. Clayton was just referring to, has been turned down yet again by the Agricultural Land Commission. So no, I don't think that's true. But if you follow a chain in which the review of the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan identifies either of these properties as tagged to come out, so that's the partners agreeing. The Agricultural Land Commission, Peace River Regional District, Poochkoopie and Dawson Creek agree that a particular parcel is going to come out when it's development ready. If it is within the boundary, then it comes out as soon as a development proposal is put forward. If it is outside of the boundary, as Ms. Clayton says, there's an additional 12 to 18 month process to get it into the boundary. So you saw that play out, for instance, in the difference between lands that were owned by Mr. Rorson versus lands that were owned by Mr. Ravalli at when the last comprehensive development plan was adopted and lands were identified. It's sort of a longer process for the ones that are outside the boundary. That's assuming they ever get identified. There's no guarantee in the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan that any particular property will be identified to come out of the reserve.
That's the process of that engaging the regional district, POOS, and all the partners.
Yeah, and the commission.
And the commission. Councillor Wilbur?
Yeah, just for you to staff, I guess, for clarification. So would it not then be identified if we support it? We supported this particular property up until the meeting that it was shut down. But since I've been here, I don't recall us putting, we didn't put support behind Loisel or Shipton's property. Like, it came to a halt here too as well, didn't it? We did not.
So those are two different situations. The Shipton property wasn't identified in the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan. So when it came forward, council said, no, this changed hands as agricultural land because the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan hadn't identified it. And so you didn't provide support for that exclusion. But the Loisel property, you've been consistently providing support for it for about 20 years, and you advocated for it in the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan process, but it didn't make the cut of the partners in the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan. And since that time, the commission hasn't excluded it on a one-of application. So your support can be persuasive, but sometimes you're outvoted by your partners, and you're often ignored by the Agricultural Land Reserve.
Fair enough.
Go ahead.
I imagine this is going to come back under mayor's.
Comes back under mayor's business.
Okay, well then I'll bring up my other points then.
Any further questions for the delegation? Councillor Parslow?
Yes, thank you. I think you'd call it the Carter land, was that right? Did I hear you correctly say that it is being held for speculation? Why hasn't it been developed? That's the question.
Because he won't sell small parts of it, and he doesn't have the money to develop it himself.
Okay.
That's it in a nutshell.
And so your scope about future development in this area, presumably to support the expansion of the gas industry, indicates that there's a pressing need for this, the large acres? So what evidence do you have for that?
I'm sorry? Your subdivision, you have 10-acre parcels?
The smallest parcels that we've sold were, well, not the smallest, but most of the acres that we sold were 10 acres plus. And that's for the big companies that have lots of equipment, need the space for trucks.
So you have a waiting list of clients? Is that correct to say?
We're always in contact with people,
But do you have potential buyers?
Yes, we do.
Your Worship, could I just add something? When you made the decision to withdraw your support, there was a letter written by one of the objectors, and he made a comment in there that the official community plan hadn't recognized the industrial route along that corridor, including the dangerous goods route, because there was no need for that. And that comment flies in the face of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure identifying that route for traffic from Alberta coming down Highway 49 through the Snake Pit along Highway 2 out Adams Road on the dangerous goods route back out to the Alaska Highway and to Fort St. John. So I just wanted to point that out if you were considering that as a valid objection.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov, one more?
You know, it's obvious that if you have an active developer, and we've got examples with residential and examples with industrial, that you do have development. And it really contributes to our economic development. I'm just wondering specifically about the Peterson subdivision. Is there somebody assigned to develop, or are they selling parcels of land with the intention that the person that buys the land will develop streets and sewer and water and that type of thing?
I don't know that information. I do know that Tom Moran has it listed. I'm not sure, you know, I can't speak for Tom or his plans.
There's an active development plan in place for that.
Is there a developer that's doing the work?
Yeah, I don't know that I would be the right one to disclose that. That's up to the Peterson developers to talk about.
Well, I mean, we have, obviously a development plan would have to come through the city, so we would be looking at underground services, streets, sewer and water.
And they've been working with engineering and all
and
that
all
stuff.
of that, all of the costs associated with that. I'm just wondering how it works, where you have a subdivision and you're selling individual lots, but you don't have that, you know, a developer looking after the expenses, the cost and the actual work of doing, making streets, and if there's any likelihood that those lots will sell and be developed.
That's all being, go ahead.
The short answer to that is, under your subdivision bylaw, a parcel can't be created without the servicing being created at the same time. So we won't sign off. There's nothing to sell until either the services are in or the bonding for the services is in. So you can't actually subdivide a parcel and have saleable lots until we sign off. We don't sign off until all that stuff you're talking about.
So has anything been signed off there?
Nope, not yet.
Oh, okay.
There's a proposal working its way through the system, but it's not ready for you guys yet.
Thank you. Any further questions for our delegation? Thank you. We'll bring it back under Mayor's business. Thanks for coming this morning. We'll get back to our regular agenda. We're at reports. Item 7.2, we have report 16177 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding our economic development strategies 1 and 2, and this flows from our last meeting where we had the discussion around it. Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, so I would move report number 16-177 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the economic development strategies, number 1 and number 2 be received. Further, that the creation of an economic development officer position within the city of Dawson Creek be approved. Further, that the economic development officer be tasked with strengthening the partnerships with the South Peace Economic Development Commission, ensuring that the city is receiving sufficient value for the funding that is provided by the city through the Peace River Regional District.
Seconded, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion. Councillor Rogers.
Okay. EDO, I kind of on the fence. Do we need one or do we don't, or do we not? I know the mayor is doing the EDO stuff, but the amount of time that it takes and the amount of time that it takes to provide the data for all of these people and stuff like that. I've heard a lot of comments that We had an EDO before. I wasn't here. I don't know what the EDO did, but from what I understand is some people, members of council, say the EDO didn't do anything. Is that I look at that as soon as I say, okay, we got an employee, that we got some members of council saying that the EDO didn't do anything. There was no indication that they were busy all the time and everything else. Well, sorry, but that's not the employee's fault. That's council's fault if that EDO is not being busy enough. If that EDO is not generating any new business coming to town or whatever. That is, if council's not happy with that, then of what had happened in the past, I think that that's just council's fault. I think that council didn't provide proper direction. That might even have come from the CEO, like if there was a problem. But I think in this case, I think that we do need an EDO. I've been to many classes here lately in the last couple of years regarding EDOs, and I do believe that that there is a need for one. Things change over time. I've talked to several EDOs, and they say that, you know, it's not like it was years ago. This has changed. We've learned this, and so there's a lot of learning that has gone on. When it comes down to the cost, because that will come up, of an EDO, I know from the report said, you know, you're around $80,000 a year to hire an EDO. That EDO would have to have a budget of probably about $150,000. These numbers are the ones that I've come up with anyways. This is me. So I look at it, you know, if you had a budget of $150,000, I think the mayor's budget, there's, if staff can correct me on this, it's around $47,000 that the mayor gets for a budget for economic development.
I think that question was to you, Brenda.
Sorry, I'd have to confirm that.
Okay, well, let's say I'm right. Just everybody, I'm right.
Or not.
I'm right for a change. Then you'll get the NDIT funding for $45,000. So you're almost at $100,000 right now. But then there's money that we put into the South Peace Economic Development Commission there. So I was wondering if you took that money that we put into that. So in the some of the comments that I made before, I don't think that there is value currently in the South Peace Economic Development. And whatever money was in that, I would say pull that out. So I'm in favor of the EDO, but I'm not in favor of the the function that the South Peace Economic Development is doing now. I would say I'd be in favor of hiring an EDO, letting the EDO say, I've talked to all the other EDOs in our region, and this is what we should be looking at doing. That's what I think. That's why we would hire an EDO, for them to utilize their expertise, their contacts, their knowledge, to say this is the plan that we should have if we want to join forces with the South Peace. I would consider North Peace, South Peace, and I consider the whole Northeast British Columbia as our economic development region. Those are our partners. Those are the ones that we need to strengthen our relationships with. So for me to support the EDO, I would have to say that we let the EDO decide on which direction to go, and then bring us a report on that if that ever happens. And then there's a lot of things we worked out. Like I'd be in favor of a 2-year contract. Just sign a 2-year contract with that person. And there is lots that would have to be worked out. Like, who does that EDO report to? I would say the person that would hire, and that would be Jim Shute or him. And you know, how much does the mayor and council get involved? I would leave that up to the EDO to say, okay, we want the if the mayor is required to do a presentation or something like that, I would like it to come from the EDO and try and limit the amount of input from mayor and council unless asked. It's just like micromanaging. I don't want to be stepping over too many toes. I think that if we're going to do this, budget should be in place. We should know what kind of money we're going to be spending. I think that there should be a limit on the contract. I think that we should leave it up to the EDO about partnerships and what that's going to look like. And that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
As you know, I don't support the establishment of Economic Development Officer position. I too have talked to lots of people across the province, some of them politicians, some of them not. But I have talked to a number of what I call wealth producers in our community. And I just cannot support this. I support what you do very much. I support the need for you to get assistance, for sure. I also have great problems, and this is not meant to be a shot at anybody, but I don't know what other word to use, a piecemeal approach to our organizational structure. I think we need to look in a holistic way at how this person fits into the organizational chart of Jim's staff. Who does he or she report to? What other duties do they have? Because quite often EDOs do have other duties because to fill their portfolio, especially in the smaller communities, not the Vancouvers of the world. We also are about to embark on our budget, and we're faced, I think, for the first time since for some years, the notion of tax increases. We've got a pressing need to deliver on capital, so we don't get further behind the $45 million shortfall we have already. So I think it's not timely to make this decision. I'd like to be persuaded to support you, but I can't be at the present time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dzvetka?
I just think it's the wrong time to be adding that kind of expense to our operations. When you create an economic development officer, I mean, that's a position that requires support on its own, and vehicle and travel and everything else. I mean, without much calculation, you're looking at probably $200,000 a year or more. Now, I see the role that you described in the last meeting of organizing meetings and assembling information, and the information is being assembled from existing sources. We've got lots of information on websites, that type of thing, and then documentation at meetings and that type of thing, and follow-up. To me, that's a support role, and I think we should be looking at fitting it in to our existing structure. Until we deal with this whole financial issue in the short term, I can't support adding new expenses like that sort of on a piecemeal basis. We've operated without an EDO here for a number of years since Elaine left, and through some of our most significant growth, for economic development. Your position is key, because I think the credibility that's associated with the mayor, that's what people want to see. If you go to Calgary or Victoria or Vancouver or wherever, that's critical. I don't see an EDO being able to replace that. They just don't have the presence or the respect, I guess, from people that are investing. So again, adding that cost, I think, just will exacerbate the problem. I would like to see us, in the short term, deal with this whole service reduction issue and try and make some room and deal with it internally. Assign it to somebody as a support role. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Wilbur?
Well, I just say in all the discussions around this, I think there's a benefit to having that position. I also think, and all of staff does a great job of everything they do, but it also puts more weight on them that they're having to help fill that role. But also, what comes to mind the most is you, your worship, and you have said it's more than what you're capable of doing in all places, and it's great that we have you to be out there forefront and showing how great Dawson Creek is, but I think there's some other background work that can be done, and I think there's other areas that we also need to be looking at. So I'll be supporting it for the simple fact that I think there's an advantage of having someone who could cross all areas and showcase what we are, and I think we're at a crossroads again, so we can stay the course and go into that backwards vapor, or we can move ahead and build ourselves to be a stronger community and to showcase what we are. And I know just in touring doctors, I know just with the Love Dawson Creek program, there's a lot of work, and all of those things are something that having an EDO could help build on that. And I know from talking to other EDOs in the area, it's always questioned, why don't we have one? Who do they contact? Who do they get involved with? And who do they help build regionally? So I think we're missing something, and I think this is the time to put it in place and be progressive and move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
One more. You know, it's always easy to sit on the sidelines and say, hey, you can do that. And that's what I'm hearing. Oh, the mayor can do that. But, you know, for me, that the mayor doesn't have time, because there's a lot of information that has to get gathered. And if you want to be able to measure your success, you have to start somewhere, and you have to have a baseline. And there is no baseline in this case. We have no information at all whether or not an EDO would be beneficial to us or not. So the first thing the EDO could do is they can establish a baseline and gather information and then work from there. That's why I said have it at a 2-year deal. And it's just, it would be another way to identify the success. And you know, if the EDO is not having any success, well, in 2 years from now, if we could only limit it to 2 years, then, you know, new council coming in could have a look at that. So I just wonder if, you know, I can support it if it states in there that we'd enter into a 2-year contract, and it's and that we took out the second part of the recommendation that be tasked with strengthening partnerships with the South Peace Economic Development Commission. Take out the South Peace Economic Development Commission and enter into a 2-year contract. I'm good with that. But I as far as the South Peace Economic Development Commission, until I get a report from an EDO that says this is the direction that we should go, and these are the partners that we want to have, and these are the conversations that EDO has had with other municipalities and jurisdictions, I think that that's what we should be leaving up to that person, and not specifying in the motion that we strengthen our partnership with the Southeast Economic Development Commission. If it comes back from the EDO that says that that's what we should do, and comes back as a recommendation, well, then I would probably support that. But I can't support it now. So the only thing I could ask Councillor Schumann is if she would take out the strengthening partnerships with the Southeast Economic
So we got a motion on the floor, and so if there's
So that appears to be an amendment motion.
Okay, so if you're making an amendment motion, then that's we're not going to change you can make an amendment to that motion if you choose.
I would like to make an amendment to that motion.
And so for the
the partnership with the South Peace Economic Development Commission be removed from the motion?
So is that contrary to the motion? Is the motion?
Because there's actually 2 motions in here.
I think it changes the intent, but amendments often do that. So the amendment that Council Rogers is proposing is that there would be a 2-year employment contract, And secondly, that all references to South Peace Economic Development Commission be struck from this motion.
Okay. Seconder for the amendment?
I'll second it for
Councillor
discussion.
Parzal? Discussion? Councillor Schumann?
So when I read this, I read, we get an economic development officer, which I fully support, and that they work with the South Peace Economic Development Commission. And the part that I see that sort of fits with what you're saying is ensuring that the city receives sufficient value for the funding that is provided by the city through the Peace River Regional District. So for me, I read that as, okay, so we get our economic development officer, they go to work with or have some discussions, et cetera, with the South Peace Economic Development Commission to ensure that we are receiving that value. What I see happening is they will get together, they'll have their discussions, and then we would get a report back from our EDO letting us know if we're getting any value out of that. We may be getting some value. We may not be getting some value, and I find myself thinking that that would be the time when we decide whether or not we're going to continue on with them or not. Like, to me, I feel like it's already sort of talking to the points that you're talking to.
Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, my opinion of the South Peace Economic Development Association is it hasn't been doing a great job. And then sometimes you just have to look at something and, is there proven success? No. Is the information on the website outdated? Oh, definitely yes. It's years out of date. So have we been getting value being involved with the South Peace Economic Development Association? I would say no. If the EDO came back later on and said, this is what we need to do to strengthen this, sometimes you got to tear something down and then rebuild it. Or sometimes you just have to tear something down and then start fresh somewhere else. So there might be a fresh approach to what the South Peace Economic Development Association is, or the EDO might say, you know what, that South Peace Economic Development Association, that was actually, they were doing something, and yes, we should be working with them in partnering and building that function.
So I'm jumping in. We spent $45,000 on a economic development strategy, and we engaged our community, we engaged our residents, we engaged our business community. We got 300 or 400 surveys back from people saying, here's what we think you guys need to do for economic development in your community. Here's the top 17 strategies. Here's the top 7 or 8 high priority ones, the medium ones, and the low priority ones. And the first 2 for me are the critical ones of saying the first number 1 priority identified through that economic development strategy is we need to have an economic development contact person as well as communications. And the second was strengthening those regional partnerships. Part of the gap that exists for me under the South Peace Economic Development Commission is that there's been a lack of really focus, and that's from my perspective, because I don't have somebody else to be saying, here's what we need to do to feed into the South Peace Economic Development Commission. And so that strategy gave us that direction in terms of what we need to do from a strategic level for our economic development. Part of the role that the mayor has, and I've now for the last 3 years trying to fulfill that role, is it's honest to goodness, I say this in all sincerity, it's worse, the worst thing in the world is having a poor structure is worse than even having no structure. And the gap that for me is existing, and I'll use Councillor Javetkov's comment about, when I went to Calgary and I spent 4 or 5 days pounding trying to find out what's going on, what do we need to do, what do we need to raise awareness of, making those relationships, making those contacts with industry. But then you got to fill that gap, that void for you guys and for our community in terms of saying, okay, what's the value there? So then I'm spending off the corner of my desk trying to put all this information together to put a deck of information for people, for you and our residents and our business community, and it's that gap that exists for me. So as the mayor, you're saying you're responsible for that. I got to take it on, and I don't have the capacity. So I'm reaching out to the Oil and Gas Commission and all the different partners saying, I need this information so I can put this information together for the benefit of the community and for council and so that's the gap for me that exists. And I honestly, having worked at it now for this 3 years, my worry is, my frustration is I'm not meeting the mark in some aspects because I don't have the capacity to fill some of those things that I think are important to work on. Our developers, and we had a delegation here this morning and talking about the importance of working with industry and business in terms of how they're developing and how do we fill that gap for them in terms of information that we have privy to, that we have information to, we have access to, but we don't have anybody within the council, within the city to be able to provide that. And so for me, honestly, I worry about this, that there's so many things going on in the agriculture and oil and gas and forestry, and mining stuff is starting to perk along again, and our developers are coming in and they're looking for information, and I don't have the time, capacity, or ability to fill that, and I worry that from that perspective. And so for me, the economic development strategy said do these 7 top priorities: fill a position, get a communications piece, and strengthen relationships, start to work on your downtown revitalization, airport. So there was about 7 or 8 of them in there, and so to me, I don't think we move past those top 2, and I don't have, honestly I say this, I don't have the intensity or capacity to continue to do it, and I'm not going to do stuff now that I can't fulfill and follow through on, and it's not fair to staff for me to overwhelm them with information, and then they're struggling trying to keep up with it as well, and that's what's happened. Right? Jim, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, I was gonna call attention to the strategy that you have in front of you, but I was also gonna say, in that strategy, there are a number of potential activities that are meant to carry past the 2-year time frame. So I'm worried about the recruitment aspect of telling somebody that they're going in 2 years, and I'm also worried just about how you're going to get those strategies that are longer term than 2 years enacted with the 2-year limit.
Yeah. I also worry about the financial component of it. I know that has been raised here in terms of you're adding operational costs into it, and so to me, part of that is bringing under the umbrella the whole aspect of South Peace economic development. Our own economic development budget, have administration bring that back and say, here's the budget implications, here's the aspect of strengthening those partnerships through the South Peace economic development. Does it work, does it not work? And then make the decision under that budget determination. But like I say, for me, it's just the whole aspect of I'm observing and I'm feeling stuff that I'm not meeting because I'm trying to open doors and do stuff, but I got no capacity behind me, and staff only have so much capacity because they got stuff they're doing. So it's absolutely true. I think administration now got to bring that report back and say, okay, if you hire one, it's the reporting relationship. It's like a department head. It's reporting to our CAO, and we provide that strategic objectives. What are the 2 or 3 or 4 things that you're going to be working on for our economic development function? And that's how I see it. Councillor Parslow?
We haven't reviewed yet the other strategies. We haven't accepted them. There are many there I think are ludicrous, to be quite frank. Again, you just touched on a couple of things that should the council decide on this position before we've even considered our budget implications and the costs and so on, that it would be interesting to set up for a person in that position or whatever, what our performance expectations are, and therefore debate each of those strategies. That's after the first 2, you know what I mean, the remaining ones. You know the list as well better than I do, and so I think. Again, we do things, but I don't think we've got a good enough picture to make a decision about this, in my mind. But I think it's very interesting for all positions to have some performance expectations. And yet I've been told for economic development it's impossible because there's so many variables, right, beyond reasonable control of that individual. It's like a piece of jelly, you just don't know what is causation of this You know, and was this the work of the economic development officer, or was it the fact that we've got a progressive developer such as the Hansons, and they've leveraged this? But anyway,
This debate seems to be on the main motion. What you're debating right now is whether what you will be debating is a 2-year time limit on the position and no reference to South Beach Economic Development Commission.
Question?
Question
On the amendment.
on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. On the main motion now. And honestly, to Councillor Parslow's point about the direction, I think, to me, we engaged the community. We got a ton of feedback from the community through that economic development work that we hired Vance Truth and Company to do, and had 300 or 400 surveys from public. They engaged and met with the business community, and so I think that, to me, the direction, the 17 objectives that you're going to have as strategic objectives, then we prioritize that work within council to say, here's the top 3 or 4 or 5, and do we agree that the top 7 are the top 7, or do we agree? And so that, I think, Councillor Parslow gets to me into that discussion. If for some they're ludicrous, or some they're the priority, but I think the first step is we have to say, are we going to have somebody doing that work on behalf of the community? And I think, to me, that's why I think these first 2 are the ones we got to get into. Councillor Javetkov?
I don't know if, it seems to me that what we're doing is we're creating a position without a job description. And I guess that's what bothers me, because my perception of the job description is very simple. It's a support role to you. So, you know, in my mind, you could, you know, if we go through some service cuts, and we'll be discussing that later, assign an existing staff person to be an assistant, you know, to accompany you to Calgary or whatever, to do some of the legwork. But I don't see it as a full-time position. You know, putting the information together is already there. You know, it's on websites and it's being updated on an ongoing basis. So, you know, maybe that's the problem to me, is we're creating a position without a job description. And I made a facetious comment 2 years ago in our strategic planning that, you know, that's how government operates. You create a position and then you build a job description. 6 months they need an assistant. And I guess that's the process that bothers me about it.
Yeah. So for me, I've always said structure follows strategy. And so that's what we've agreed on the strategy. We agreed on the strategic plan that was presented by Vance Truth and Company, that we engaged to hire them to do that. We said, here's the top strategic priorities that we adopted and agreed to from the engagement from our community and residents and business community. And so, Councillor Javetkov, to me, that's, now you're saying, here's the strategic objectives that we're going to deliver on, and now we need this structure in order to deliver upon them. And I guess my point is, I can't continue to do some of that stuff off of the side of my desk because I'm doing it poorly in some respects, and I would rather not do it than do it poorly, because it doesn't, I'm not filling the gap of the needs of what I think has to be there. And I'm just talking about from my own gut of doing this for 3 years, is you can't continue to do it without meeting the needs of the community, and I'm seeing some gaps there. So that's, to me, the strategy is we've agreed upon, and here's the structure now in order to deliver on it. So, and if council's saying, no, we're not going to, we don't want to engage in that, we don't want to take on those additional operating costs, I'm okay with that, but I can't continue to do this stuff because there's just not the time to do it, and I'm doing it poorly in some respects. That's my point. Councillor Parslow, then Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I respect what you said. You've worked very hard in this, and I understand all that. I do question, and there's nothing to do with your talent or your effectiveness, nothing at all with that. I think you're super talented, a super ambassador for the community. I just think I don't think it's produces anything. Does it increase our tax base? Does it improve retention of our businesses? I think it's lots of smoke and mirrors behind this thing. But one thing that you have said does concern me. You talked about strategy. Are you referring to the strategy that we would engage a consultant, da-da-da? Or are you saying that we're accepting the strategy contained in the recommendations? We haven't done that latter part.
So we engaged Van Struth and Company
Yeah.
to do our economic development strategy, and we have that as 17 recommendations that come forward from that work that they did engaging our community. So
We
that's
haven't
not-
accepted those recommendations.
No, I'm just saying we engaged them, and that's the feedback we
We've
got
got some
from our business
recommendations.
community and our residents.
Yeah.
And so, no. Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, well, what I've been here, okay, there is 17 tasks that were part of that. I'm pretty sure if an EDO came in, they would have some more tasks that they would probably.
But to your point, that's where council gives them that direction.
Yeah. Well,
They don't get to add into that.
yeah, because I was hearing about job description. Mr. Javatkov said there really is no job description. But one thing he did say, which I didn't like to hear, was the EDO is to support the mayor. I think that it should be the other way around.
And
The mayor should support the EDO. Mayor and council should support the EDO, not the EDO supporting the mayor.
There's two different functions, and I just want to clarify this. To me, the mayor performs the role of relationships and building partnerships and raising the profile of promoting the community with business community and industry, investors. And the EDO does that work necessary to fill that information that somebody's looking for to make an investment into the community or add to the business value that's created by providing information and supporting those initiatives that may be taking place by business and/or industry. So to me, they're a separate function, and you're asking me to, I think council's saying the role of the mayor is to do economic development. I can do stakeholder, I can do business partnerships, I can do that stuff and try to raise the awareness, sit on a Business Council of BC forum and talk about the benefits of Dawson Creek, but I can't perform some of those other things. And what I'm trying to do is do those other things, but I don't have the capacity to do it, and staff don't have the capacity. So you start to do it poorly, is my point. I'm doing it poorly in some respects. And Councillor Parslow, to your point, this isn't personal. This is about me saying I can't do the role that I think you guys have, because I just don't have the capacity with all the other things. Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, so when I was listening to Councillor Javatkov say that it would be somebody supporting you, I thought the same as Councillor Rogers. I thought to myself, okay, so we're going to have some strategies, we're going to get to work on that with our EDO, and of course our mayor will be helping him, when we need that guy out there and shaking hands and doing the thing. Like, to me, that's more productive for you to be supporting that position in those things, and I say we call the question.
You ready for the question, folks? You had enough? Conversation? Clarity? You okay? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
Make sure I'm recorded, please.
We'll record those two. Thank you. Great discussion. 7.3, we have report 16165 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our 2017 budget assumptions. Councillor Schumann.
I'm scrolling
I gotta get to it.
down to the bottom. So, I would move report number 16-165 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2017 budget assumptions, timeline, and public consultation process report be received. For discussion, further that the following recommendations be approved. Number 1, that the 2017 budget timeline be approved as presented. Number 2, that the 2017 public consultation process be modernized to use the city's website and other online platforms to provide budget information to a wider demographic, and further that if contentious issues arise during the process, that council agree to host 2 face-to-face town hall meetings to gather feedback from the public. Number 3, that the 2017 5-year financial plan be based on the principles and values included in the city's vision, mission, and guiding principle documents, council's 2015 to 2018 strategic planning document, and other bylaw and policy documents. Number 4, that the city list of city services funded in 2016 form the basis for the 2017 budget, absent a new city services policy. Number 5, that the methodology used in preparing the 2017 financial plan be based on an integrated and long-term approach to setting tax rates, fees, charges, and service provision. Number 6, that the funding gap created in the current operation budget from rising service and program costs and lower than forecasted operating revenues be funded by a combination of modest tax rate increases, modest targeted service reduction, and modest reduction to the 2017 capital plan. And finally, number 7, that the long-term development plan and the annual development plan as presented be used as the city's guide to the Peace River Agreement funding use.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion.
That was a long one.
Councillor Parslow.
I want to offer a procedural thing here. I mean, we could get bogged down in some of us approving some and others. I want to make a suggestion that we deal with these as separate.
We'll approve them
motions.
one by one as we go
Yeah.
through, and then by consensus, and then a vote on the motion. And then we've also got Councillor Javetkov's issue in there as well.
Yes, so could we just deal with the notion that it be received for discussion first, and then?
So the motion is there on the recommendation. Jim, what's your?
Okay, so what you're doing here is giving us parameters on which to prepare documents for you for the budget. You're not approving a budget. You're telling us what we should put into the budget. It's all integrated. If you pick one of these and change it, it changes all the others. I don't know what the value of going through one at a time is. If there's something in here that is unacceptable to council, let's get that out on the table and discuss it, because chances are it will roll through and change the other 6.
No. Let's get the motion on the floor and then start the conversation discussion. So I've got the recommendation,
the floor.
and it's seconded by Councillor Wilbur. So discussion. So Councillor Parslow, do you want to?
Well, where shall I begin? Let's talk about the budget timeline. I'd like to hear the thinking behind the timeline, first of all, from staff. Some of these things, of course, are statutory requirements. And you've also and by the way, I want to say this is an excellent report we have here in front of us. Thank you, Shelley, very much. I find that, so I just need to know what, this public consultation in the timelines here. How will we determine whether we have the need to engage the public directly rather than through telecommunications or what have you?
Your Worship.
What would be significant to cause that decision?
So to answer both of your questions, the timeline is prepared in a fashion that gives the process enough time for staff to prepare the information, the most up-to-date information, for council to make decisions on various key pieces of the process, as well as to give the public an opportunity to discuss the components within the budget. The new public consultation session, when you get into, and I'm not a guru on Facebook, but Mr. Mayor certainly is, you can have conversations, and Councillor Schumann and Councillor Wilbur and anybody else that uses it, I don't spend a lot of time on it, but a lot of conversations go on in that outside world. And if you have to spend time monitoring every conversation, staff will be taken away from actually doing budget work and seeing what's going out in the online world. With council in the process of using the social media, and it's just like council going to the grocery store, down to a meeting, having those conversations, talking to the residents of the community, that's still going to go on. But as we go through the meetings, if you as a governance body see common themes coming up, you can bring them forward, right? If you have conversations with Jim as the CAO that says this has to come to the table and we have to have a discussion about it, you bring it forward that way. What I don't want to see is that every conversation that is done on Facebook or the website, or somebody has a question, gets bogged down, and we have to address this at the beginning. So themes will arise through the budget process. They always do, right? And if you can fit that modernized approach to an online conversation and just getting bits of information out to the public versus the comprehensive, integrated, complex document that gets produced in that book, you get pieces that are simpler for people to understand. You'll be able to have conversations various ways, and I think that will just bring the information and the process, it'll be stronger as you go through. So that was the thought process on the public consultation. But the budget process itself is no different than last year. It takes time. We're putting together an $80 million budget, and priorities will come out, and everybody read the report. There's some tough decisions that need to be made this year, and we have to spend quality time bringing those topics up for whatever council thinks is important and the community thinks is important.
Councillor Parsons?
I appreciate the wrestle you've had with the public engagement, for sure. Would I be correct in assuming, therefore, that if the driver for public face-to-face meetings would be precipitated by such things as a proposed tax increase, a reduction to service, or a reduction to our capital program? Is
It
that
would be driven by council, is the short answer. So the timeline right now says, instead of renting Calvin Crook Center for the same 12 people that come to our budget meetings, that there's more than 12 seats here, and so that we would do it here on the afternoon of March 6th. If council's decisions are driving towards a more interested people than that, I think council would be aware of that, and council would make the choice to hold other meetings in March. March is about the earliest that you're going to have approved what you wish to speak to the citizens about. And if what you've decided is going to require a bigger space than council chambers or more than one meeting, council would say that.
Okay.
Go ahead, and then
So
Councillor Wilbur.
the feedback that would be, right now, that seems to be come through Kelsey, isn't it? Somebody on
So
staff.
Sabrina and the staff here keep that content.
For the city's Facebook page.
The city's Facebook page, yes.
Okay, I'm assuming that this information would be going out on the city's Facebook page, wouldn't it? The budget information?
I'm pretty sure it's gonna go out on the mayor's Facebook page too, pretty much
Well,
everything does.
so we have a policy in terms of how we communicate and what we do on social media and all that. So I try to respect that always in terms of how I communicate information and opinions and all of that. I never represent council, because that's our, so the messaging that this would come through the city's Facebook page. Okay. Councillor Wilbur?
Through you to staff, I'm just wondering if also the possibility there is to use that Survey Monkey for community engagement as well, for them to maybe pick what their priorities are for feedback. I'm just wondering.
Yes, but we actually have, we've done some online surveys. Some have used Survey Monkey, some have not. But the intention is to throw questions out to the community to answer, yes.
Councillor Schumann?
So would there be a possibility of setting up a, like a budget page where that's where we do, instead of budget things getting lost in parks and community services announcements, et cetera, on our Facebook page, perhaps we have a specific venue on social media that's dedicated to the, I think about Prince George, and they have a really robust engagement that involves all of these different platforms, and I think that this is better, and perhaps we can have a specific venue or.
So and that's how I read too, was that other online platforms to provide that budget information to a wider demographic, and further that it if contentious
I love
issue
it.
arises, then council can host town hall meetings and
I love it.
host
I
two
do too.
face-to-face.
Yep.
Sorry, somebody else had their hand up. Okay. Council Parslow, you had another one?
Yep. The question about number 4 there, I'm just trying to find, I should have printed this out, my reference here, because I had certain things that stood out for me. Number 4 reads that the list of city services funded in 2016 form the basis for the 2017 budget, absent a new city services policy. Now, you know, I don't know, absent direction from council, what else staff can do with this. But I'm wondering, when would you see in this timeline staff getting some information such as, hey, we've got to make some cuts here, or to avoid a tax increase, as it?
Well, we are not proposing to bring you a budget that funds the entire shortfall from service cuts. We're proposing to bring you a budget that has a mix, that there are tax increases for the first time in 9 years, that there are service cuts, and that there are reduced capital beyond what we would otherwise have proposed. We propose that the document we bring you will address the funding gap from all 3 sides. If you change a direction here and make it all service cuts, then we'll bring you a budget that funds it entirely from service cuts.
And
So that's item 6, is that the direction we're giving to administration is to bring forward a budget that's saying that we've got a funding gap, and so it's going to be funded by a combination of tax rate increases, modest target service reductions, and modest reductions to the capital plan.
Yeah.
And so
the
then
target date
council
for
will
that is
start
February
to,
6th.
February the 6th, thanks, Jim.
and
That
council
was
will
one.
start to deliberate those in terms of saying, is it tax increases more, or is it more service reductions, or how, council will give that direction once we get that first cut. Councillor Jacko?
I guess I saw sort of a conflict here between 4 and 6. 4 states that we're going to do the budget based on the same services from 2016, and 6 says that we're going to get an adjustment in services.
So I think,
I think, like, I don't.
Okay, so previously, we had a policy that you had given us that said which services were more important than other services. We don't have that direction anymore, so we'll be looking across all services for those modest service reductions. Previously, we would have looked at the lowest priority items first and worked our way up to the highest priority, but you've taken that direction away from us. So all we really have is last year's services, and we will look at them as all equally important in your eyes when we are making our recommendation. That's all we're saying.
they're not coming in removing a service as a recommendation to meet the gap.
Previously, we would have gone, like previously you ranked our services as essential, important, and discretionary, and we would have gone to discretionary for the full amount of the modest service cuts. We don't have that direction anymore, so we're going to look at all services when we're trying to find modest service cuts.
Councillor Parslow?
Number 6, of course, I suppose that's a political decision, what is modest. But one thing that I'm interested in, and you may have that not at your fingertips now, but it is, you know, we know the mill rate has been essentially frozen for how many years, Jim? About 8 years, is it?
So you are in both residential and business. You have maintained or reduced the tax rate every year for the last 8 settings.
8 settings.
So this will be the 9th in that chain.
Right, that's the mill rate. I'm interested over that 8-year period about the change in the actual costs for the average homeowner in actual dollars, because assessments have gone up,
Yeah.
and people say, well, they're not interested in the mill rate, it's how much more my taxes have cost me.
Yeah. And there has
in dollars.
been an increase in virtually all of those years in the actual amount taken in cash from either a residence or a business. That's reported to you every year. The 5-year and 10-year totals are reported to you every year. What we're
Yeah, and
saying is this year, It would have to be more than that.
Yeah.
Last year, as an example, 85% of the residential customers paid an increase of less than $20 or $30, I think, if I remember correctly. And business, the top 70 or 80% paid less than a $100 increase. So that
Yeah,
increase has
that-
occurred, but it's hard to target and specific because of the averages, right?
Oh, yeah. But leading to my question, I'm interested in having in my hip pocket, if we look at the average homeowner and the tax change because of assessment increases, how that compares to, let's say, inflation. Have our increases been less than inflation, which I suspect they might be, or are they at inflation? I just think that would be useful.
So we have
Because
reported
costs-
that off every year to date.
Have you?
And we will again this year.
Would you? Okay.
But
Is there a graph?
what we're trying to warn you in this report is that that's all irrelevant. What's happened in the past is not going to predict how you can go this year. You guys have had the benefit of growth. And so every year we've been able to meet all your aspirations. We have maintained all services. We've had robust capital and we've kept the tax rates constant. We don't have robust growth now. We're in almost a zero growth environment on last year's assessment. We look at what that will generate in new taxes at the existing rates. It's not going to be enough. If you were going to fund the entire shortfall we've identified, just from knowing where the cost pressures are, these are all very preliminary estimates. But if you look at our roll this year, you're talking about a 9% tax increase to close this gap in the rate. That's over and above all of these increases that Councillor Parslow was talking about. So, or you're looking at a service reduction in the neighborhood of $1.3 million, or you're looking at deferring or canceling necessary capital projects to the same amount. I know it's been great. Every council has had a seat when the music ended in musical chairs for 9 years. You get to be the lucky council where there's going to be one fewer seat than you need. You are the first council in 9 years that has had to confront this kind of issue. It's caused by the lack of assessment growth over the last year, and you're going to have hard decisions to make instead of relatively easy ones. This has nothing to do with the fiscal gap. We're talking about funding ongoing operations here and necessary capital work. We're not talking about addressing the amounts that Councillor Javakov was talking about in his motion. It's not what this is about.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, just a statement here. I do support the notion of a blend if possible, but I have one, for me, bottom line in this. And everything is integrated. I will not be supporting a budget that sees us spending insufficient money in the capital area so as to widen our fiscal gap. So staff, in another very good report, which we're going to deal with soon, talks about a minimum of, I think it's, Jim will correct me, I know if I'm wrong, between 6 to 8 million, I guess, depends on the year. So I'm just flagging that. But I do support the integrated approach because the accountability for what has happened with budget is going to come under the lens more because of a tax increase. And I will support a tax increase, but we better be prepared to do some serious soul searching before we do that.
So again, we're not asking council to support anything at the moment except direct us to bring this mix. So we're not asking you to approve that mix. We're saying there are options for how we could prepare these documents. We are asking for a direction to prepare a document that has this mix of modest tax increases, modest service reductions, and modestly reduced capital. Not below that level that Councillor Parslow was just talking about, but reduced from previous years.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, further comments? Councillor Javakov?
Can I get some clarification on the document, or is that going to take too long?
No, it's important to understand
the
what
document?
we're voting on.
Yeah.
What document?
The document that they're preparing?
Well, this assumption document,
Oh.
we went right to the last 6 or 7 recommendations there. There's some issues that I'm confused, or not confused about, I'm just not aware of what the meaning is on.
Sure.
Absolutely can answer.
Yeah, ask a question. Yep, go ahead.
So, on page 2, on the 7th bullet, it says that there's a reduction of 1.23%, or a decrease of 1.23%. Why would we have a decrease?
This is on page 2.
Page 2, yeah, on number 7, or 7th bullet.
7th bullet?
Through your worship,
Yep.
address the question. So, when we do the 5-year plan last year, we do a 1% forecast attached to any items that we don't know. That's the first thing we do. If we know the increase or decrease of other budget lines, examples would be consulting, debt servicing, special events, they all come out and get put to zero. When you apply those two approaches to the year, you will get a comparison to the previous year. So for 2017, after doing all that work, it's $468,000 lower than what our budget was in 2016.
And debt payment was a part of that, wasn't it, Shelley?
Yeah, there's a lot of lines that come in, but from the big picture, it's debt servicing, consulting, events.
Thank you.
Okay. The 8th bullet, can you explain what the unrestricted and restricted applies to as far as the surplus?
Yeah, through your worship. So after we put the whole plan together and you bring in your revenues and your expenses, at the end of the document you have operating surpluses for each fund. The water fund, the sewer fund, the general fund, right? So in those three combined is 2.4. In the general fund, we probably have about 6 special funds that are appropriated. So one is if we have a surplus in waste services, that stays in waste services. We have a $900,000 what we call working capital fund. That gives us the cash to keep going from the time we collect taxes to the time, in December or February before we get the fair share. And there's a few other small ones that have been carried forward from previous years, but we have a whole list. That 994, we don't touch unless it is approved by council or it's specific to, we need it for covering deficits in waste or carbon. The carbon reserve comes in and comes out of the general. So that's kind of a summary of that. We don't usually touch the appropriated.
So on the last bullet there, you say that the ending capital reserves are estimated at 6.2 million. Is that reserves that are actually set aside as reserves, or is it a surplus from the previous year?
So through your worship, the 6.2 is the capital component of how much capital funding comes in, what we spend, and that's the ending balance. So again, we have water capital, we have sewer capital, and we have general capital. We do not interchange the reserves between funds. Each one has an operating reserve, each fund has a capital reserve. If we have projects that are unfinished, we put a restriction on it. So in each capital reserve, you're gonna have a restriction from prior commitments, prior years, and then you're gonna have a bit left that you can actually use to fund different components of the current plan.
So the building demolition budget of 1.4, 1.5 as an example, and it was 750, so that 750 goes into that surplus.
Into the capital
surplus. Into the capital
yes.
surplus, and then that's available then to use in future, and it's an unrestricted surplus, then it's not a restricted, like your water, sewer utility would be, reserve
Capital.
would be.
And before we present you anything, we'll know exactly how much of, so this is an estimate, 6.2, it's gonna be somewhere around there, and we will know exactly what is unrestricted, what isn't for carry forward projects, etc. We'll know all of that in detail by the time we present you anything in February.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov, you had more?
Yeah, I got to ask a bit more. On page 8, you talk about the PNG franchise fee decreasing. Why would that decrease?
Through your worship, so that calculation is based on the previous year's operating revenues for P&G on the franchise in the community. Historically, if we have mild weather, it goes down. Historically, if the price of gas and the distribution changes on whatever they do, that goes down. And all I can do is predict based on historical trends. It's been going down. With the new agreement, we thought that there was a possibility that the commercial component of it would go up, but we haven't seen that yet. So forecast is saying it'll continue to go down. I may be wrong, but
There's a flat fee, a percentage based on the agreement we have with P&G for that franchise fee, right? And whatever it is based on their, as you say, supply and.
It's based
what
on
they
their
just-
revenues.
Yeah.
So it's the volume of gas. I just assumed that there would be a lot more gas.
Volume and price.
Yeah, volume times
Oh,
price.
okay.
So they get a distribution fee and they get a flow-through fee to recover the cost that they paid to secure the gas. All adds up to their revenue. We get a percentage of that. So if they're paying less for gas, our revenue stream is going to come down.
So do we have control of that? Is it our franchise? Do we have control of the prices?
So in order for them to have the exclusivity, and we're in the beginning, it was renewed for 25 years or something, I can't even remember where we're at on it, but they have exclusivity for a number of years into the future. Council gave them that exclusivity in return for this fee.
For the fees.
But if you increase it, it's our residents that are paying it, the business community, right?
On page 9 there, it says compensation increase is $665,000. What would that be, what would that be from?
through your worship, there's a number of items that affect that. The QP contract had a 1.75% increase in it, so that's 0.75 over the forecast. The firefighters IAFF contract is forecasted at least 2.5. There is some offset to do with accruals in that, so that is no effect. The succession plan for the CAO, depending on the timing of that whole event, is included. The succession plan for the finance department, we put in money for that to get that in place. An amount was put in for
An EDO, because
an
we
EDO.
estimated that you would have an EDO.
EDO, based on, what council did with that. And there's a few, library contract is not yet completed, and you will have the effects of benefits. But I have a worksheet that
So do we,
supports that.
can we expect something like that number annually?
Or, well, you can expect that you will see in budget annual compensation increases because you have policies that provide it to exempt, and you have contracts with QP and firefighters that provide increases annually. So there will be those increases annually. The cost of benefits are going up annually, not down. So you'll see annual compensation increases brought forward to you. This one, when you see the worksheet, has extra positions like an EDO, like a future successor for the CFO. So you'll see the whole spreadsheet when you are contemplating approving or not the budget. Some of them will be contractual obligations and some of them won't be, and you guys will make choices based on that, I assume. But there's not going to be a year when you don't see compensation increases.
I guess it's fairly significant, $665,000. If that's an annual increase in compensation, I could see, I guess, where it would fluctuate a bit, but it's still quite a bit of
We
money.
have around 250 employees and we have a $37.8 million budget. So yes, $665,000 is a big chunk of change, but in terms of the overall budget, it's an expected amount.
Shelley?
Yeah, just one thing I want to point out. So traditionally, contract increases have been incorporated into the budget forecasts because we had the growth. So you didn't get this type of identifier. And the reason it was identified early is because that some of these contract increases and the succession plan, costs of a succession plan, need to be identified at the front end because they are over the forecast. So again, I'm highlighting the forecast was low, costs are coming in higher, and as Jim previously reported, the growth is not there right now. So that's why that was highlighted and brought to your attention. If it comes within the forecast, usually it's just through the budget.
Thank you.
So on page 11, is there any monitoring of the businesses that have actually closed, that have moved out?
Yes? You mean in terms of the number?
Does the city do any monitoring on that?
So we don't do exit interviews, if that's what you're asking. We track how many business licenses aren't renewed, basically, versus how many new ones.
So that would be next year.
Actually, Kevin reports that off at every committee of the whole. But we haven't had a practice. Something an EDO might do would be reach out to the businesses.
We started out.
He started out so well, right?
Start the job description.
Those that haven't renewed and find out why. I mean, that is one of the things a business retention program does. We just don't have a business retention program. So.
Yeah, I see businesses that are shut down, and obviously we still get the taxes, but the people that lived there are gone, so imagine there's an impact. Under contracts and agreements, reading that, does that imply that we need some more staff to deal with that issue?
Where are you at?
Where are you at?
Middle of page 11.
Based on the city's agreement list, 39 agreements will need to be updated in 2017.
Okay, so we should just let you know that of the 24 in 2016, we're about halfway through. So
it's 12 left from 2016
and
39.
Council doesn't like it, as you know. When we bring you a contract renewal, like the lease on Calvin Crook Center, and it's 3 or 4 days before the lease expires, you guys tend to be a little fussed up that you haven't had a full opportunity.
This guy.
But the reason why you're getting them is we just can't work through them any quicker. We're too busy to do that.
Okay.
We triage, for sure.
That's so
on page 12, it talks about $237,470 decrease in fire department support. Has that already happened?
They're dealing with the Peace River Regional District, are dealing with that 911 fire dispatch service as we speak. And so we get that 250,000 approximately from the PRRD for that dispatch service, and they're in negotiations, discussions currently. So we'll know that, I would think, within the next month.
We understand that the board will make its decision to be effective at some point or not, if there will be a change or not through a transition period in 2017. So we'll know in time for the finalizing the budget.
Okay, that's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow, you got a...
Yeah, I just noticed that, I noticed at the weekend that we're looking at a sort of a constant capital operating split for the government grants, 39-61. My initial reaction to that is, well, that's a lot better than it used to be from my lens, right? But I'd hope for, more of that government, the Peace River Accord money going into capital. But that's just a comment. I don't expect any defense of that at all. It's just highlighting that. But there was I was surprised. Maybe I shouldn't have been, and I can't tell you what page it's on now. It's the number of. Here we are. It's on page 13. And again, this might be a somewhat related to workload, but that's so be it. But I was a little surprised that we provide subsidy to certain people who we don't have contracts with. I was aware of some, and others I thought we did have an arrangement with. Let's take one that I thought we did have a contractual relationship with, and it's the South Peace Historical Society, the rent subsidy. Is that accurate to say we don't have a contract with them?
That's correct. So agreements are either service delivery contracts, such as we have with Step Up and Ride, notionally. Actually, I'm not even sure we have a contract with them, do we? Okay, so we don't have a contract with Step Up and Ride. We have leases with some people, agreements with some people. So you have a contract for service provision with Tourism Dawson Creek. You have a lease with the Kiwanis Performing Arts Society. You have a combination lease and service agreement with the Mile Zero Park Society. You have other people you give money to absent any contract. Step Up and Ride, Mile Zero Cruisers, Dawson Creek and District Exhibition Association. As you know, we haven't had a lease there for over 10 years. So.
I think we should. Oops, sorry. Sorry, I said that.
So I assume because of that, you don't look at, they don't present their finances to you.
Sean?
Yeah, through your worship. So the report that came forward on the fee-for-service policy review about 2 months ago outlined the not-for-profit groups that you have contracts with and outlined these agencies that didn't have contracts, with the concept that we have to integrate contracts, the purchasing policy, and the grants policy together.
Yes.
Right? So we're in the middle of doing that. We haven't got the grants policy integrated with the or user fees for publicly provided recreation facilities. All this work is ongoing, but as you're going through these things, you can't stop the bus. And these are the groups that we funded last year. We're in the middle of changing policy, and we basically, one of the items said in this report is that as we go through this change, we will honor last year's funding until we put something in place.
That's right. Yeah.
That's why that was identified.
Yeah.
The comment about the Peace River Agreement, the capital operating component, that is based on council's previous decision of the 2011 amount plus any new
That's right.
going to capital. It's very, very close, except instead of using actual dollars, I've rounded to 15 million.
Yeah.
Because we have a long-term agreement now that doesn't get the 2% growth into it until 2020, that's why they don't change. But it is based on past council
Yeah.
decision.
Thank you very much for those reminders. Good.
Thanks, Sean. Councilor Rogers?
Yes, I still believe, I know I said it out loud, but I blurted it, but I still believe that if anybody's utilizing the city's facilities and they're providing a function, and I will pick on the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association, that they should have a contract with the city, and I've been saying that for a couple of years now.
It's working.
So they're working towards it, so good thing. Okay, I heard reduced capital, increased taxes, and reducing services, and then I heard the word modest reduction. Maybe if I can have Shelley help me out here. So a modest reduction or modest increase on the tax rate, because that's going to get the citizens' attention right now.
Yeah.
So a modest increase, and I heard the word 10%. So if it's 14, 16, I think it is the mill rate. So that's roughly about a 5% or 5 cent increase on the mill rate. Is that right?
Well, we haven't, so what I reported to you is if you were going to gather all of the gap from taxes, it'd be about a 9% tax increase. We absolutely don't think a 9% tax increase is a modest tax increase, so that's not what we intend to bring you in any fashion.
This is right now, we're just talking about here's the direction to administration to start to put that work together on the document. And then at that point, once that starts to come, then we get into what are those aspects of the increase, the service, the modest service, the capital, and then we'll get into that detail and fleshing that out. I think at this point, if you can just keep it at, this is the direction to administration to start to put that work together so that we can then start to have the document, the information to debate and decide the direction of that budget.
Yeah,
They
so
will
we're,
come forward modest in the view of administration. Council may not agree that these are modest.
yeah, so we're, when we approve this, we're approving staff to go forward and reduce capital, increase taxes, and reduce services, correct?
That's the
Bring
assumption.
you a budget package that has those elements.
Okay, and then we make a decision on it.
Yep.
All right. There was talk about capital being left over from, I believe you said, the demolition. There was a bunch of money left over from that. So, from what I remember, throughout the whole year, our capital projects were coming under budget. They were all under budget, I assume. So the amount of money that was left over from all of last year's capital budgets, how much was that?
Well, it's still, I
Again,
think,
we'll have that number for you by February 6th. We don't know what that number is yet because we're still reconciling everything.
Okay. And then all of that money does go back into, it just goes back into capital reserves. Is that correct?
Until you spend it.
yeah.
Until we spend?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a part of the budget
Yeah.
of whether you're going to utilize some of those reserves or not.
Okay, so how do we get money going into a capital, well, I know we have the building pool fund but with zero in it, no policy around it, or anything like that. But through recommendations that we've been receiving from staff, we're supposed to be putting aside $6.4 million annually towards building maintenance, repair, or replacement. So how do we get money into that? Because currently we have zero, and that'll be coming up under Councillor Javetkov. So is there a way of getting money into that other than taking it from capital reserves and putting it in that specific pool or account? Or do we just say that we're drawing off of our capital reserves and that is our building pool fund? I'm not sure how we go about that.
Through your worship, so regarding the building, I'll call it replacement fund.
That's a better word.
Versus a pool fund. Council has the opportunity to look at all their capital reserves and their operating reserves and then basically restrict part of those reserves to building replacement. That's an option. Before you do that, however, I would recommend that we do the next step in the tangible capital asset planning process, which is identify levels of service. Levels of service will give you direction on what buildings are most important that you should actually be putting money away for their replacement versus just putting money into a reserve to say it's a building replacement reserve, if you get my meaning. In the current environment that we're at, just integrating that information, it's complex and there's a lot, so you're not going to get it during the budget process, but it's still there in a lot of the structure that's being built and aligned with the capital asset management plan, the budget, the reporting, and just day-to-day operations. So it's there, it's just not there.
Yeah. So just so everybody, I'm all clear on this. Most municipalities in British Columbia do not have any money put away for building replacements. I'd say the majority of them. And there's going to be legislation, I would assume, maybe staff can help me if I'm wrong. There will be legislation coming from the BC government that says that all municipalities should start doing that, and they will have to start doing that. Is there any way we can kind of get ahead of that curve? Because I have a feeling that that's going to be coming down the pipe soon. Or has anybody got any information?
So the government has talked about the concept of mandating that you fund whatever gaps are identified in your tangible capital asset. But they haven't moved on that. They have moved to require you to have these tangible capital assets plans. They've given a fairly generous transition period, which is not over yet. When every municipality knows what those numbers are, they're going to globally add up to a huge number. You have to ask yourself if the provincial government is going to move in and say, because there's only two ways to fund that number, okay?
Yeah.
Tax increases or service cuts. Those are the only two ways. So is the provincial government going to take that authority out of your hands? Are they going to say, you must increase taxes or you must reduce services? Is that going to be a winning platform in the provincial election? The minister isn't here, so we can't ask him.
Okay, thank you. So we're, I'm gonna close this off. We've had a ton of discussion here, and we're given direction here. We're not debating budget, so. So is there one last call for anybody have anything pressing about the 7 items?
Well, we have Councillor Javetkov.
So I want to deal with these
referred
first, and
motion.
then I'm going to bring that back.
Well, if you pass the resolution that's on the floor right now, Councillor Javetkov's resolution isn't necessarily accommodated because on this on the overall budget, what he was asking for is that there's a statement of impact on fiscal gap for all capital projects. What I have said is that we can have a statement of impact on tangible capital assets for every project, but that is not necessarily the same as fiscal gap. And a potential reduction in services, we've already told you we're going to bring you a reduction in services, but it's not actually aimed at this fiscal gap. It's aimed at your 1-year budget crunch. So.
I saw them as separate, but I'm good to have that incorporated in now if that's the will. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to have it in there. I mean, yeah, on the tangible capital assets, I guess that applies to what I'm thinking is, so we've got a road that's gravel and dirt, and it's a constant maintenance issue. So we incur costs annually to maintain that road. So we go and pave it, it reduces the maintenance costs. I guess then it's a tangible capital asset because you'd have to look at repaving it at some point in the future, but you're reducing the costs of maintenance and you're possibly increasing tax assessments. So there's a spin-off potentially on tax increases. Now, you don't know that, but I think it's worthwhile considering that. And why I'm bringing it up is because that subdivision east of 17th between Alaska Avenue and 102nd, when we did that big project, you know, there's got to be a pretty significant tax increase there now with all the new duplexes, and you know, it added to the you know, people wanting to go in there. Mm-hmm. So there's, like, I'd like to see the whole thing considered so that we can all appreciate the effects, cause and effect, eh?
We can put that in the rationale, but we can't put a number to that. What we can, though, put a number to is you're creating a new asset, so you should begin putting away money for replacing that asset. We know roughly how long pavement lasts. We know roughly what it costs versus gravel. So all that can be built into the rationale for the capital project.
So that's what I was interested in getting included in there.
So that'll be in addition to the 7 items included in the original motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Shelley?
Yeah, through your worship, just before you close the discussion on this, I just want to ask all of mayor and council to let us know if their availability on February 6th is clear. That's the first budget meeting where everything will be, the big booklet that you get will be presented, and it's really important that everybody is here for that meeting. If somebody is scheduled away, then we probably should change that date.
So we'll get people to check their calendars and make sure, confirm that, and then if it doesn't work, we'll find a date that, by unanimous with council, that we find that date that everybody's available.
Thank you.
So if you are near to a vote on the Shelley's report, then it should be as amended by this
Right.
bullet that Councillor Javetkov was for.
Right.
So move.
Okay, seconded? I think it was, or was it included? No, we better, yes.
No, you
So
should add his
yeah.
bullet point.
Moved by Councillor Parslow, seconded by Councillor McFadden. So discussion on the amended addition on, and I think the big one is obviously that the fiscal gap on the impact of capital projects. The other on decreased services is in.
Already covered up.
Already covered off in that bullet 6. So are you ready for the question?
I just would
Go
like
ahead.
to ask a question.
Yep.
of staff. How much more work is that going to be for them to do that?
Actually, none, because you had already told us we had to bring you this additional information. We'll just format it slightly different.
Good. Ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And on the main motion of the 7 items, are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we've been 2 hours, and since we had a break, and I want to take a 5-minute recess before we plow through the other. We're going to break at lunch. So 6-7 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding a request for a sewer discharge agreement.
I support the recommendation. I can't remember what it was.
Councillor Schumann.
Yeah.
Seems how I like to read these ones. I move the recommendation that report number 16-167 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding Clean Harbor's request for a sewer discharge agreement be received. Further, the council deny the request from Clean Harbors and reaffirm the following resolution of November 17th, 2014. That report number 14-230 from the Deputy Director of Infrastructure and Sustainable Development regarding the acceptance of North Peace sewage be received. Further, the council directs staff to work with the Peace River Regional District to ensure that the City of Dawson Creek's risks are mitigated prior to the acceptance of any new customers to the City of Dawson Creek's sewage handling facility.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Parslow. Discussion?
I
Councillor
think
Parslow?
it's very important that we protect our sewage system, and so I don't want any untested stuff coming in.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
I just got some questions, like the letter from Clean Harbors says that they are going to simply carry on the same work that was done by their predecessor. So why couldn't we accommodate that?
Jim?
Through your worship, so our recommendation, as it was in 2014, is that your system and its vulnerabilities now can only be managed by our ongoing relationship with the suppliers that we already have, and that we don't take on new suppliers. You will have no way of knowing where anything is coming from when a Clean Harbors truck goes up. They have many other customers besides this one. It's been very difficult to manage the Tervita account with Spectra. We've had, what we actually have in place with the old contractor is on-site testing. It doesn't actually leave Spectra's plant until it clears a test, and that's a test they're doing internally. That we have the relationship that we believe that those tests are happening. We test it again when it gets to us. Your system with the Sager cells is extraordinarily vulnerable to hot loads. The long-term solution is the truck waste receiving facility. Every time you introduce a new player into this, you're taking risks that we advise you don't take.
Go ahead.
So, if the old service provider tested the material at the site and Spectra was doing the work, I assume there'd be some kind of paperwork to transfer it to the city. Could that not be applied to Clean Harbors as well?
I think the issue is with Clean Harbors having other contracts, you don't know where that other effluent is coming from. That we have no security, nobody monitoring it. So
well, this is what I was asking. Like, Spectra is processing the quality of that material on site. So I imagine they provide the paperwork to transfer it to the city. So you do know where it's coming from. I guess what my concern is what happens to this material if we don't accept it, and we do have, I mean, morally, I mean, if we can accommodate sewer that we've been accommodating for years, why not keep doing it?
Jim?
So through your worship, I would assume it goes wherever Clean Harbor's current customers go. So Clean Harbor's came in and outbid Tervita and got this work. Surely they must have had a plan on where to dispose of that sewage before they bid. Tervita knew where they were getting rid of it, which was in our system. Clean Harbors has hundreds of customers, none of which come to our system, so they must have someplace else.
Injection wells.
And I did reach out to Spectra. I did talk to Jay Morrison on Thursday, Friday about this, and informed him of what the issue was, why, in terms of the insecure receiving facility, and why we deal with it the way we do. So I did inform Spectra of this. Councillor Parslow? And then Councillor Javecka?
Well, I think the focus shouldn't be on Spectrum. It should be on Clean
Harbour.
Clean Harbours, and there's been, we have to have a high standard to protect that sewage system, and we don't know. This is what I'm gathering from Jim and the report, is that they have multiple customers. We don't know where they'd be bringing the stuff from, whereas before it was just Tervita with Spectra. So we can't continue just roll over the relationship.
Councillor Javecka, if you had another one?
Well, I guess what would happen if Spectra said, okay, Clean Harbors, we're going to take the contract back and give it to the old guy? Then do we accept it again?
If it is coming from one of the limited number of suppliers you already have on your approved list, yes, then we would take it.
Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, just to make it clear, like these guys that are hauling effluent, whatever they're hauling, they have tickets that they know exactly where everything's coming from, whether it be a hot load or not a hot load. There's information that each truck driver has to fill out. It's part of their job, because they're supposed to, according to the Oil and Gas Commission, they're supposed to know exactly where every load goes to and how much volume it was, and then where it ends up. All of that information is already tracked, so it's not like maybe we don't know, but the industry knows where it's coming from and where it's going.
Yep.
Yeah, that system was set up a long time ago to prevent loads being dumped into the ditch. I mean, it's there. So I guess that's what concerns me. So I don't see a problem with dealing with the same material as we've always dealt with.
Yeah, it's just been really controversial in the region for getting rid of the, trying to dispose of the waste, and both residential as well as commercial, industrial, and so the city of Fort St. John, because of their risks, that's when they locked down and said we're not taking anything from outside. Regional District built the Charlie Lake sewage system as a result of that, but it still continues to be very filled with issues in terms of where the stuff originates from and what's getting into the systems and stuff, and I think that's the primary driver for us, and it was when we made the motion, was to ensure we didn't have anything, and because we have an insecure system, and until we build that secure truck waste facility, we then can monitor and protect the Sager cells and the waste water system at the sewage lagoons. Jim?
So it's important to know we don't have an agreement with Spectra. We have an agreement with Tervita. So our agreements are all with haulers. We're relying on the haulers and our relationship with them. Our recommendation to you, which you accepted in 2014, was to accept no new haulers. If we accept Clean Harbors, under our deal, they can haul whatever they're hauling from wherever they're hauling. All 100 of their customers can come here if they're on as a new supplier. We are not in a position where we have source agreements. We don't require the paperwork that Councillor Rogers is talking about, and I don't think it applies, by the way, to domestic sewage.
No.
But we haven't got that set up. I don't have the people to set that up. I don't have the systems to set that up. I have a relationship with a series of haulers. Our recommendation continues to be take on no new haulers until we have our truck waste receiving facility, which will fail-safe our system.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
I think, I don't know, and maybe to put Councillor Javetkov's concerns at rest is that once that facility's in place, they have the opportunity to come back and ask to use that facility and be a part of it. So, but I think without having that in place, we're really putting our system at risk, so.
Thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.5, we have report number 16169 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding snow plowing and removal priority list. Councillor Parslow?
The report number 16178.
169.
We're at 7.5.
Snow plowing?
No,
Snow
16178. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, thank you.
7, 8.
Sorry, my agenda was wrong.
Mine says 169.
Mine says 169.
Well, mine says 178, so
So is mine.
which one would you like me to follow, Jim?
We'll go with yours.
Only the header says 16169. The actual body of the report says 16178.
Thank you.
We'll go with
So,
the
anyway, that
recommendation.
That report that we're arguing about is number from the Director of Infrastructure, snow plowing and removal priority policy be received. Further, that the snow plowing priority map be replaced with the map attached to this report. Further, that the revised policy be approved subject to the 30-day public notice period.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion? Jim, is there any detail, anything that we need to do that?
So now that we have sidewalks both sides, we'll be removing the snow there rather than pushing it all to one side. So that needs to be reflected in the map.
Sure. Good. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 7.6, we have a report from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding our special meeting of Council for Fiscal Gap. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to make a motion that part of this recommendation, that report 16-171 from the Chief Administrative Officer reads September the 7th, 2016 special meeting of Council Fiscal Gap be received. Further, the Council approve the following stewardship statement. The Council of the City of Dawson Creek believes that the future quality of life in the community will be compromised if the current trends in revenues and expenditures are not addressed. Revenues are not growing fast enough to fund predicted future expenditures, especially for necessary infrastructure. Council intends to develop a range of solutions to protect the future of the community and urges our current citizens to actively engage with us in this vital work. I'd like to just have that as my motion and then deal with the second part separately, if I may.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
Perfect. Moved by Councillor Parslow, seconded. Councillor Javetkov. Discussion.
All I would say is a very well put statement, a very good report, and I think that this is something that I think we talked about, a statement of concern. This summarizes my concerns. I'm sure it summarizes everyone's concerns. And so calling it a stewardship statement it is a form of stewardship. So a strong form of stewardship. And I think it's something that we did talk about, printing it on certain things, didn't we, Jim, or something, or publishing it on a variety of places?
So the rollout of it, if its council is accepted, is I think we want it as part of the OCP consultation to begin with.
Okay.
So that the discussions around OCP are framed by this stewardship statement.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion? To me, I think it's exactly what we directed when we had the strategic planning session, and we said we're going to have a clear vision, and we're going to develop. The second was a clear statement of purpose, and I think that is what now gives us the ability now to start to get out and engage in our community and find those ways to engage in our community and engage the community residents about that statement of why and what it is we need to talk about for the future as it relates to this whole initiative around fiscal responsibility. So I think it's that next step. Any further conversation, comments? So, so we'll call for the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. You had a second component?
Yes, I do. And in fact, dividing this into three, because one of the pieces I've changed my mind about. So if I may, I'd like to move that council establish a priority ranking of the city's services once the official community plan review outcomes are received, and further that the priority ranking of services form the basis to develop a range of solutions for the fiscal gap.
Okay, seconded. Councillor Javetkov, discussion. Jim?
So this is an area where the referral motion from Councillor Javetkov is considerably more aggressive than this in timeline. So what we heard you to say in the special meeting on the fiscal gap, and believe me, we sat and watched the tape several times, for which I think we're entitled to bonusing, but and you were not actually as aggressive. My motion tries to capture the time sequence you put to it, which is the official community plan review would come first as a aspirational statement from the citizens before you moved to potential solutions on the fiscal gap. Councillor Javatkov's motion is considerably more aggressive in timeline, so there is a disparity between the two.
Yeah, and I think when I read the second component about by January of 2017, I think was the aspect of this. So go ahead.
Is that what you're talking about with your motion? Because I understood it to be a ranking of services.
Well, hold on, we've just passed one motion about the stewardship statement, if I can answer your question. That stewardship statement, in my mind, will begin to be communicated. Jim's referred to it in the OCP discussions, but I think it can also serve as a framework for, I'm sure the mayor may reference it in his discussions, I'm not sure, but on the upcoming budget. That, you know, we've got this struggle, we recognize this problem, it's manifesting itself right now. So I think work on this will begin from the point of view of the stewardship statement. The ranking of services is, I think, is better dealt with in the OCP review. I mean, rather that we need to harmonize what is realistic given our location, finances, etc., with the aspirations of the community need to be reflective of that financial situation. So I think it's appropriate to do that. So one of your recommendations was we begin to start some discussion January the 1st, 2017, right? I think the discussion of the stewardship thing could be that, form the basis of that. What does that mean? Because to go far, you need to go slow, but you've got to start. I mean, I shared with staff something I picked up in Grand Prairie yesterday while I was doing some work, and from the, I think it's the Edmonton Sun newspaper. And over the weekend, well, you've got it there. I just left it on your desk. You know, we've been talking about climate change for years, right? And suddenly it seems that carbon tax as an issue has suddenly hit Alberta, right? And the rhetoric and the comments and the vehemence against it were very, very strong. And there's been a series of meetings, I guess, at the weekend all throughout Alberta. And if you're into a cultural change, you've got to start the conversation somewhere. And I think the appropriate way of starting the conversation is exploring what this stewardship statement really means, which I think has to begin. It will come up, because if we're looking at a budget that sees a combination of tax increase, modest service reduction, capital combination, I think you'll have a fair degree of engagement, especially over the tax question. So I don't see it as being contradictory to one of those points in your budget, personally.
So the two components were launch a comprehensive information campaign to inform the public about this funding shortfall to begin by January 2017, and I guess that's where I'm reading that part.
Is that the motion that's on the floor now?
So that's not on the floor now, but that was, you had moved that we refer those to this discussion, right?
Yeah, so my thinking on the OCP is it's, you know, a year down the road or more before we get any results. We've got a chance to make some short-term, and it's already built into the budget assumptions that we'll get some short-term adjustment on services. But I see that as being fairly modest, to use Shelley's words. The bigger items, how we deal with the 42 million plus another 20-some million over the next 5 years is a longer-term thing. And to get anywhere on that next year, in 2018, I think we need to start the process, the education process here with the public in January or early in the year, so that we go through a year of consulting the public and make some decisions for 2018, so that during our term here, we have dealt with this issue. We've, you know, got it in our strategic plan. Very first priority, fiscal responsibility and sustainability. If we don't have a good fiscal plan, we don't have sustainability. And we've got it in our corporate vision statement. We pride ourselves on responsive fiscal stewardship. So, like, I would like to deal with it before the election. To do that, we have to start the process early this coming year to get it done, to have some influence on 2018 budget.
Jim?
Yeah, so through your worship, Councillor Javatkoff made virtually identically these same remarks at the meeting of September 9th, and you all voted them. You said, no, we're doing the official community plan review first. We're going to use that to rank our priority order of services and suggest some solutions to the fiscal gap. And yes, you actually did decide that you weren't going to progress on this in 2018 or 2017. The work in 2017 was going to be the OCP. If you want to change your mind today, I'm fully up for that, but I'm just telling you, I'm capturing that you all voted Councillor Javatkoff on the 9th on this.
Councillor Parsley.
Well, my colleague over there, we've passed one motion already about the stewardship statement. That stewardship statement needs to be understood and talked about in the community. It should also be something that is reflected and brought to life through the OCP. All this second motion is saying, okay, we've had some education discussion about this stewardship statement and what it means in the community. It's been reflected upon through the OCP, and we will also use that reflection to prioritize the services which will form the basis of a solution to the fiscal gap. This second motion, in a previous motion, dealt with our finance officer's report. We approved for the formation of the 2017 budget, modest increases in taxes, modest reduction to services, modest reduction to capital. So we've already done that. We've already passed that. So given that we've already given directions to staff around how the framework for the budget, given that we've adopted this stewardship statement, then this is around, once the OCP work is sort of finalized, we start reflecting that in the priorities of services. But what's going to inform the OCP, what's going to inform the ranking, will be an unpacking of what the implications of this stewardship statement are to the community and how they get engaged in that process. So that's how I understand it. Correct me if
Councillor
Staff, you got a
Javetkov?
different interpretation, or what? Am I?
So, yes, I agree with what you're saying, but it's
Okay.
different than what Councillor
Yeah.
Javetkov is saying.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor
I'm fine
Javetkov?
with that.
The OCP, like, when would we expect it to be concluded?
Just worried about getting the fiscal.
I would hopefully aspire to, next fall, 2017. We would be looking at, I'm just working on a detailed timeline right now. So I would look to having a detailed timeline complete this winter and then moving into public engagement late winter, like early 2017.
So that's, the timeline fits okay with me. Can we make it a component of that OCP that we present the issue to the public? Because the OCP I see as something that, everybody goes there with their wishes, their wants, and there's no cost applied to it, or, so if it's, if the OCP would include the comprehensive information package, which means, okay, you want a dog park, this is what it's going to cost, this is what it could take away from, that kind of information, then it would fit in there. But if it's just, oh, you want a dog park, well, let's put that here and let's put something here. We've just gone through, examples of adding services and low-cost services and organizations going into bankruptcy. That's what I don't want to see. I'd like to see a discussion based on, the costs. Let people know what the real picture is.
Jim?
Again, your worship, that's not what you agreed to previously. What you said was, you're gonna have this stewardship statement in front of them, in front of the citizens that are being consulted about or who are volunteering to participate in the OCP review. But you're not trying to eliminate their aspirations, you're trying to gather their aspirations. You're trying to find out what the citizens would like to see the community be like in 20 years. That defines for you what your fiscal gap is. That defines how realistic or unrealistic those aspirations are versus your funding availability. So what you guys have previously said, and again, Councillor Javetkov wanted you to move more aggressively on September 9th, and you outvoted him. What you said is we're going to let this year go by while we gather aspirations. We use those aspirations to make our own internal determination of where service priorities need to lie and what possible solutions there are to fiscal gap, and then you're going to roll those out in 18, not in 17. That's what you decided previously. There's no way to gather the public aspirations by January of 2017. So if you wish to proceed without those community aspirations, you can absolutely do that. You can, the 7 of you, decide what's good for the community in 20 years and say there's not going to be a dog park. I mean, you guys can do that. That's what you guys can do. That you were elected, you have those positions, you can do that. I don't think that's as I've reported several times in fiscal gap. I think all that does is lead to no buy-in from the community on whatever you wish to do. That's my belief. It hasn't worked anywhere else. I don't know why it would work here for the first time.
Thank you. Further discussion on the, so now, and we're talking right now about Councillor Javetkov's component into this as well, right?
Yeah.
Because we've got the two-part to it, because you brought that forward. Do we have that as a motion?
So you've referred it. What I'm saying is if you pass the motion that Councillor Javetkov has placed on the floor, you're basically voting against Councillor Javetkov's last 2 points.
Right. We're not, and it's not on the floor yet, right? That's my point.
It was referred to.
Councillor Parslow's.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the motion I have is the council establish a priority ranking of the city's services once the official community plan review outcomes are received. And further, the priority ranking of services form the basis to develop a range of solutions for the fiscal gap. So
Yes.
this year, start this year, January 2017, and throughout, we have this stewardship. It will guide, I think, discussions in budget. It will certainly guide the intake that the city planner is going to have in the fall, I would hope. It's there. And we've invited, the last part, which I love how Jim's put it, council intends to develop a range of solutions to protect the future of the community and urges our current citizens to actively engage with us in this vital work. I mean, so the engagement will happen in 2017.
Okay.
And I bet you it's going to come up in our budget deliberations this winter.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor Jabeka.
Can you once again explain to me the process? So the OCP is concluded and there's a bunch of new services or new additional costs anticipated as a result of the OCP deliberations. So then do we go and put a priority on them and decide how we're going to cover the costs?
Jim?
Yes, so you would decide on priority. You would get the newest information from your citizens. So it's entirely possible that going forward you'll have pickleball courts and no tennis courts, because people will be playing pickleball, not tennis. All those kind of things come out in the OCP. You take that citizen input. This is their aspiration. You make your own choices about where that ranks your priority services. So not only the services you're currently providing, but others that you might take on, and what would the result be for existing services. Then you propose a range of solutions, a range of options, how the citizens can have all or part of their aspirations. And that might involve them paying more, it might involve them giving up some aspirations in favor of others. And you roll those out to see if they agree with you. But since you will have the latest information from them in the OCP, you have a better chance of coming up with solutions that they agree with than if you try to do it on your own. If you try to do it on your own, you're going to miss the mark, in my view.
Okay, so Councillor Rogers.
One last one. I understand Councillor Javetkov's frustration with the glacial process and what we're going through here. I go back to 2 years ago, and it's time to reflect, because it's been almost 2 years that I've been sitting here, and I've been hearing about the fiscal gap years before that. And I think Councillor Javetkov, I think what I'm reading and where he's coming from is he's anticipating sitting here for another 2 years. And regarding what everybody ran on during the election was the fiscal gap, and here we haven't. It doesn't seem like we've really done anything. But I think that there's a process, and we're working through it, and yeah, it's frustrating, but I don't know what else you do. The only thing you could do here is probably say, let's speed up the process moving through on our OCP timeline. Might be a way of starting. But it's looked like it's all laid out anyway, so it's going to be what it is.
So will this information, the specific numbers, be included in the OCP discussions? For the fiscal gap, 42 million and increasing by 20 million over the next 5 years?
So we could certainly put together a one-pager on that. Probably be a very good idea to do that. Why, sort of the magnitude of the fiscal gap? Because if you just put this statement out, that's the first question people will have.
Yes, that's right.
So yeah, I think that's a very good idea, actually.
So I'll settle for that. People have to. People have got to know what the impacts are. You can't just keep asking for more and more. At some point, you have to pay the piper. Now, my comment about an increase in taxes by more than 50% is not, that's conservative. If we keep adding services in the situation that we're in now, yeah. Mayor Bumstead, I move that we increase the taxes by 75%. That means mine goes from $2,000 to $3,500 a year.
Can't tell you what mine would do.
Well, that certainly answers the question about whether we need a town hall meeting, though, if you pass that motion.
Yeah, but let's be clear, we don't get all of that tax money. Half of it goes to the school board and everybody else.
Okay, so if we're clear, we'll add that, Jim, as a part of the,
If Councillor Javetkoff is good with that, then we
Yes.
could do it without having to have a
Yeah.
vote to defeat Councillor Javetkoff's
Yeah.
motion.
perfect. All right, thank you. Have you had enough discussion on the second piece of the question?
Ask the question.
Question's been called. All in favor?
That's okay.
Opposed? Carried. And number 3.
Number 3, I'd like to move that council not allocate $20,000 in the 2017 annual budget for an efficiency review of the city's operations. I'd like to speak to it if there's a seconder.
Move that we don't do an efficiency review for 2017. Seconded, Councillor Javetkoff. Discussion?
Okay, and this, again, this motion is given based on certain assumptions. I believe that the central core administrative system, right, is functioning 100%. I don't need an outsider to tell me that. I'm not willing to spend $20,000 for somebody to tell me that. I also think that those things that I have questions about around efficiency often involve other groups. Let's take transit as an example. I'm pleased we have transit here, don't get me wrong. But more importantly, it's getting those who need transportation from home to work, to hospital, to medical appointments. And I wonder if there is a need for a more efficient service or a radical look at that. But that, in my judgment, is not going to be part of the view of the city's operations, because that's a service provided by an outside agency. And that there's other things, that I don't think would be covered, right? And so I just addressing this from a stewardship of taxpayers' dollars. Jim says that has said that the system, and I think he's referring to the core system, is running efficiently. And I believe, certainly from my observations, which are primarily centered around this building, I would agree, and I'm not willing to spend public money on that, especially when we got a tax increase and need to do other things with our money. So that's why I've changed my mind on it.
Let me give you. So I'm going to give you my other perspective of that, and why I believe we should be proceeding down this road. The organization is going to be going through a major transformation in 2017 when we hire a new CAO. And the new CAO, we set strategy, structure flows from the strategy, and the CAO is the one person responsible and accountable to deliver the structure to meet that strategy. And a new CAO coming in here into our organization is going to change the capacity, it's going to change the culture, it's going to change a whole bunch of stuff, and it's going to change the dynamics for us as well in terms of the capacity that we expect and anticipate to come from our administration. And I think it would be very helpful for us to have an efficiency review completed from the perspective of giving us some indication of where are our strengths and where are those areas of vulnerabilities and the gaps that potentially exist. Because the structure that exists today exists because of a CAO who's been in place for a long, long time with experience, knowledge, and capacity that's going to change when he retires at the end of 17. And so for me, anything we can have to help baseline what and how our operation is functioning to help then guide the new CAO who comes into place to help them with the information for the organization. And so when somebody new comes in and you're asking to administer a $80 million budget with 200 plus people, I think anything we can help provide them to help guide that would be well spent, because there are going to be some aspects of what they need to understand the organization to help them come in as a new CAO into our community. That's just my worry I've got about losing our existing CEO to the new one from a whole bunch of perspectives. So I just offer that as an opinion. So that's the other side of it. Councillor Rogers.
Through your worship, to our CAO, who his name is actually on this report. I just wonder if he has anything that he'd like to add to that and rationale for allocating $20,000 for an efficiency review, if he agrees with your statements or not.
So, on that topic, I'd refer you to my first fiscal gap report in May 2013. One of the things I looked at was the experience everywhere else. And without fail, everywhere a council was proposing not short-term belt tightening, but long-term service changes, core review kind of stuff. In every single situation, it became an issue in the community, is your house in order? And in every case, the community anecdotally believed that they were providing services as efficiently as possible. And in every case, the citizens weren't willing to take their word for it. So the purpose behind the 20,000 is, I believe Councillor Parsons was right. Of course I would believe that. I believe I'm doing things as efficiently as I possibly could, and I'm constantly innovating. But I guarantee you, if I'm talking to somebody, I just told them they can't have a dog park, and then they say, is your house in order? And I say, of course it's in order, because I say it's in order. They're going to be less persuaded by what I say than the report you could put in front of them from expert corporate consultants. So you would have two options. The corporate consultant would suggest changes that might make your operation more efficient. Now, these are not about cost saving, they're about proper use of resources. Or two, they would say things are being done fine now. Either way, you would have the outside opinion on that. That's why I suggested it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Councillor Parslow?
Yes. So as I said earlier, I don't believe that we'll be looking at whoever the total system. I mean, how should they? Who are they to say whether a transit system is efficiently run, right? Or so. You know, what Jim said is probably true, but my experience is, you know, this summarized in this quotation, I guess. Friends don't need an explanation. Enemies won't believe you anyway. Okay? And so I believe Jim in his previous statements. My observations support that. So I just think it's unnecessary expenditure.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Javetkov?
Yeah, you know, doing a $20,000 efficiency study, I can't see it encompassing all phases of the operation, like through an entire year. So I just don't see the value in it. I mean, it's $20,000. Like, I would sooner see, you know, something that's related, a study that's related to services that we provide and whether they're, you know, core or, you know, where they fall in the realm of priorities. So I wouldn't support a motion to do an efficiency study on staff. We know that they're short-staffed. They're telling us that every day. So
Jim, my understanding is not just on staff; it's on the operations as a whole that they do the efficiency.
At $20,000, it would be a very high-level look.
Yeah.
It would look at how the organization is structured. Sort of, it would be a comparison against industry standards. What's your supervisor to worker ratio compared to other municipalities? What's your organizational structure? How many department heads? How many layers? So it would be a very high-level look. It would be comparing to industry benchmarks. So Councillor Javetkov is completely right. It wouldn't, for instance, look at a level of detail such as, do you have the right configuration of equipment, the right number of graders and backhoes versus options. It wouldn't be at that level of detail.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion that we'd not participate in the efficiency review. You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
So we don't?
We don't.
All right. Considering that Councillor Javatkov's motion was actually seconded and was in front of the floor, Brenda reminds me that you ought to actually have
a formalized
formal vote
On
to decline.
Sure.
Who's
So
clicking their pen?
it was 4-3, and I didn't vote, so
Stop it.
I'm in favor. So Councillor Parslow, Councillor Rogers, and I think Councillor Javetkov were in favor of it.
Okay, I wrote
Wilbur, McFadden, and Schumann. You voted opposed, and so it passed 4-3.
Because you voted in favor.
I didn't vote. I didn't put my hand up, so I didn't.
But so you're in
so
favor.
I'm in favor.
Count as a
So then
no.
I'm considered in favor.
In favor.
So the motion for Councillor Javetkov that was referred, we need to vote on?
Yeah. you need
And
to
that's
defeat it,
the,
given all you've said.
And which one is that?
And that's we moved by January
The one on the paper.
2017.
The one where you didn't amend. You formally
didn't.
amended on his first, so it's the last two, be it resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the motion's moved. So do I have a mover for it? Or is it
was
on it?
already on the table.
It's on the floor.
Okay.
This needs to be defeated.
All right. You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Defeated 6-1.
As usual.
So we're
I don't
gonna
know, was your hand up or not?
we're
No, I
gonna
was there
now
earlier today.
we're now going to
Okay.
make a motion that we recess to closed. We go to closed.
I'll move it.
Moved by Council Rogers, seconded by Council McFadden. All in favor?
So, Your
Opposed?
Worship,
Okay.
I wonder if you, since we have the SPCA here, I wonder if you might want to move that item of mayor's business forward on the vicious dog, so that they
Okay.
don't have to stick around until after lunch.
But it helps make the gallery look a little bit more active, so I wouldn't mind them staying.
They're all awake.
So yeah, let's do that. We'll do mayor's business, and we had the vicious dog, and so
All of mayor's business?
Joe. No, I'm
Just
just going to
the
do the
vicious
vicious
dog.
dog. So go ahead, Jim. Do you want to bring that forward from administration?
So the request from the delegation from the post office was that you move for a warrant to seize the dog, at least for a second appraisal. So I don't exactly know what that means. What I do know is the process. If you move to get a warrant to seize the dog is seized, and then a clock starts running, during which you have to make a decision whether you're taking the additional step of going to the court and seeking an order for destruction. To make that determination, we're gonna have to involve a lawyer and get you an opinion about whether you could be successful in that. But even if you decide to return the dog to the owner, rather than proceed for destruction, you do have a period of time where there is sort of imposed safety. The dog is in the hands of the SPCA, it's appraised. In the meantime, nothing bad can happen while that period of time is on. Preliminarily, I don't believe that there's enough in this incident for an order for destruction, based on everything we saw about all of the legal opinions we saw about the last one. And I don't know, Wendy could possibly speak to, I don't know how willing the owners would be, if you passed a resolution to go for a warrant, I assume the SPCA would first talk to them to see if they would voluntarily turn the dog over to prevent that clock running, where you might move in short order for destruction. I don't know if the owners would be willing or not. Wendy's dealt with them, I haven't.
And then there's this.
Go ahead.
And then there's this whole thing of here we are talking about it, and the last time we did this, somebody ran off and hid the dogs away, and we can't find them anyways. So who's busy tweeting out that we're off to get this dog, and where's that dog gonna end up, and are we gonna be able to get our hands on it anyways?
So this particular dog has been a long-term resident of the community, and it's not named after cocaine dealing, and there's no commonality between these owners and the owners of the last dogs you were talking about.
Councilor Rogers and Councilor Javetkov.
And we've only heard one side of the story. We haven't heard from the dog owner. So how do we make a...
It's been designated a vicious dog.
It has been designated a vicious dog, so the issue with that designation, as the delegation was saying, is it requires the animal to be properly controlled while it's on its own property, and it requires it to be muzzled when it's off its property.
That's not working.
It seems to be off its property fairly frequently accidentally. So, I mean, that's an area where the vicious dog designation really doesn't, it doesn't fully enact when the dog is loose quite a bit.
Councillor Javetka?
So where is the dog? They said it's close to a school?
It's at home.
So it's in an area near Frank Ross School.
Up the hill? So is there an opportunity for a person that's bit to go after the owner with a civil lawsuit? Like for damages and whatever? You know, charge them 10,000 bucks or
So in this
something?
case, the individual was at work. So WorkSafe BC, the regulations around WorkSafe BC is that they cover the loss of work, etc., and you don't have the opportunity to necessarily sue. So this is a WorkSafe BC claim. But maybe if, you know, with you guys' all permission, Wendy could.
Yeah, I was
give
just,
you her
so I was gonna ask just Councillor Wilbur to speak, and then I'll get council's approval to let Wendy speak as well.
Well, actually, I was gonna ask for approval for
Okay.
Wendy to speak, because my questions
Perfect.
need to be directed directly to Wendy.
So we'll move second, all in favor? Opposed, carried, so go ahead.
So in this, you've dealt with the owners in this
Wendy should
particular
come too.
animal. So my question is, do you think there's a possibility for maybe better security at the home and some rehabilitation work with this particular animal?
Okay, yeah, so I have spoken with the owner of this dog extensively at this point. The owner has been extremely cooperative. She has admitted that the dog had been accidentally at large or had been at large previously before the dog had been deemed vicious and the bite had occurred. She has given us her assurance that the dog, she's taken the additional steps to ensure this will never happen again. She's repaired the fence. She's ensured that the dog, so, I mean, she is cooperating with us. She has agreed that if we would like to assess the dog, that she would voluntarily allow us to do that. Yes, I think that there is some things that can be done to work with this owner, as long as the compliance continues.
Okay. For me, I'm happy with that the owner's willing to help, and that Wendy feels there is a ability for rehabilitation for the animal, because I really hate destroying animals if it's not necessary.
No,
Councillor McFadden and Councillor
Is
Javetka?
this the same one where there was an incident where a neighbor had a little dog that stuck his head through the fence into where the big dog lived, and the big dog gobbled it up or something? So that's a different situation.
Yeah, that's a different situation.
Councillor Javetka?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of letting it go at all. If it's near a school, I mean, if it's been out, if that's the history of the dog, and a dog like that, it's just a matter of time until there's something very serious. I mean, getting bit and being off work for a week is serious. But if we know about it and we don't do anything about it, I think we're negligent. So I would like to make a motion that we have the dog assessed, and you know, depending on the assessment, go from there. And you know, if it is a decision to leave it there, they're put on notice. I mean, I would want some pretty good assurance that that dog would never ever have a chance to bite a kid.
So you're making that by way of a motion, and I
Yes.
think the direction that we give to administration has to be specific under the bylaw.
So, well, if you're proceeding, you've already enacted the bylaw provisions, we have administratively, on a vicious dog. So if the direction now is that the SPCA contact the owner to get the dog turned over voluntarily for an assessment, and then the results of the assessment come back to you with a recommendation on where to go, that's all fine within the bylaw. If the owner refuses to do that, then you're in a different spot.
So we're
So the motion then would be to get it
get the dog seized for an assessment.
I'll do that. I'll second that.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, so seized would be the wrong term, because seized is where you go and get a warrant.
Yeah.
That the SPCA approach the owner to voluntarily turn over the dog for an assessment.
Yeah.
If the owner says no, then it comes back to you, and then you can go to the next step.
Okay. Wendy?
So the only concern I have about this is that we have never previously done this. So I think we would need direction on as to what type of assessment and look into who would be qualified to do an assessment like that. That's a little bit out of my realm, so you know that might.
So I think we'll ask administration then to maybe do the work on that.
Let me just tell you, if we go for a warrant, I'm going to be spending $5,000 to $7,000 taxpayer money on lawyers, so that gives us a bit of room to work with on finding someone who can do an assessment.
Yeah. We'll ask, so we want the dog to be assessed, and so we'll get administration to work with SPCA to have that done, and then that will determine our next step in the process under the bylaw.
Mhm.
So I got that by way of a motion from Councillor Javetkov, seconded by Councillor Schumann. Councillor Javetkov?
So, does SPCA not assess dogs?
We have a DTA assessment that is a scientific assessment process created by Dr. Rebecca Ledger. We have staff members that go through a week-long process. I'm not sure if that would be a qualified assessment process that would be qualified for court or for proceedings past this. So I just want to make sure that whatever assessment we are using is something that would be qualified if we need to move forward.
Councillor Rogers?
I was just gonna say, Your Worship, through Your Worship to Wendy, well, you know more about this than everybody else that is in this room. You don't have any recommendations at all? I'm just wondering why we should get other staff when I think that it's your job.
Well, I'm not qualified to assess this dog for a court proceeding. You know, yes, I work with these animals all the time, but I have not personally done something like this. And I would need to, you know, consult back to the BCSPCA to see if there's an assessor we use and things like that. Like, I want to make sure that this is done properly. If this
Now, we have requirements under our bylaw, I think is what Jim said, is what we can do, and we can seize it, we can have it then sought for destruction, we can do the assessment, which then determines next steps, but
We haven't taken this assessment step previously. The reason I'm suggesting it to you is I'm just looking at the incident and I don't think there's enough here for an order for destruction. So what would happen is if you got a warrant, in my view, now I could be wrong, courts don't necessarily follow precedent, but it appears to me you would seize it, you'd hold it, you'd go for an order, you'd go to the court for an order for destruction, it would be turned down. And that would have wasted everybody's time, whereas I think qualified assessment might give us a list of things that could be done that would prevent this happening again.
Is this dog at strike 2 or 3?
This dog's at strike 1.
Strike 1.
Well,
Is it strike 1?
How did it get designated vicious if it didn't have a strike before?
It got,
That's the response to
That's
strike
when-
1.
strike 1 is
Oh.
the vicious
We're just at
designation.
strike 1.
Okay.
Councillor Wilbur?
Okay.
So I just want, yeah, because
I thought
so
we were at 2.
for me, assessment, I'm thinking, is this animal capable of being rehabilitated and some better security put in and keeping it in its own yard? I am not thinking, do we need to have it assessed to say, moving forward, to take to court or to have the dog seized? Because if that's the decision, then we need to just say, let's seize the dog and proceed in that matter. I'm wondering if this animal, because they do these things for lots of different reasons. So assessment to me means, can the dog be assessed and can it be rehabilitated? And if it can't be rehabilitated, then that's the decision we have to make then. But I don't, to me, assessment isn't about moving forward with seizure or that. It's purely, can the dog be rehabilitated and be kept in
To
stronger?
Wendy's point, though, you want that assessment to be done by someone who would,
Qualified.
whose assessment would stand up in court. Because
Which I
suppose the assessment
agree with.
is, this dog is just haywire. This dog is dangerous. We don't have enough, I think, in the actual incident. But if you paired the incident with a finding from a qualified
Yeah.
assessor that the dog is haywire, then we would have enough.
Yeah.
So that's why you want it to be an assessor that could subsequently testify in court and be accredited as an expert witness.
So
Councillor
thank
Pars-
you. Oh, if I
Sorry.
can just finish. I agree, thank you with that. I just wanted to be very clear on if there's the opportunity to rehabilitate the animal, that we have that option for the owner.
Councillor Parsons?
Well, first of all, I recognise the need for somebody properly qualified to do the assessment. But what are we getting ourselves into here? Dog bites, people getting bit by dogs occurs frequently. Are we going to be hiring an assessor every time that happens and somebody comes to council with a complaint. I mean, I'm empathic to what dog lovers have feelings for their dogs and stuff, but brother, as it comes to what the type of attack this post office lady had received, and I don't know, but are we willing as a council to volunteer an assessment to determine if a dog can be rehabilitated every time a person's bitten in the community and that person comes to council about that? I just wonder again about the, and as staff has correctly said, it will cost you money to go to court, but
We're guided by the bylaw.
Well,
So
but-
Jim?
Yeah, so on Councillor Parslow has summed it up. Right now, what you're, and it's not the bylaw, it's actually provincial legislation, but right now, your bylaw, it's the bylaw and provincial legislation. Right now, when you get an incident like this, your response is to name the dog vicious, which puts a bunch of requirements on the owner, and then you monitor those, and then the next time something bad happens, you move to a fining scenario or those kind of things. That's what the bylaw allows. Provincial legislation allows anytime you think it's more serious than can be confronted by issuance of fines or requirements to muzzle and control, that you can actually seek a warrant to seize the dog and then go to court seeking its destruction. There's nothing in between. You're creating something in between here. But if you're happy with the two options, the only one available to you right now is the dog is deemed vicious. That puts requirements on the owners. We monitor, and if they violate those requirements, we fine. That's where we would be at, because I'm telling you, I can pay for the legal opinion to come tell you that there isn't enough here for an order for destruction.
Councillor Wilbur?
Then I have another question for you. Do you feel that if this animal just had designation of being a vicious animal, that the owners would work with you and the SPCA to keep it muzzled, that they would follow those rules forward, or?
It is designated a vicious.
Yes, it is, but what Jim said the options are, is we give it that designation and then the owner has to abide by those things. Do you think that this owner is the type that would abide by that, or are we gonna have issues down the road?
I can't say that definitively. I mean, to this point, the owner has committed to following our rules. The rules are, of course, that the animal is secured on the property and muzzled when off the property. As far as I know, that has been followed so far. She's also agreed to follow any training recommendations for help to address the animal's fears and the reasons it's biting. So at this point, she's saying that she will follow all of our recommendations. So hopefully that is something that she's committed to doing. I can't say what she would do or not do.
But
Councillor
so far she's complying.
So I'm
Councillor Schumann, then Councillor Parslow.
So I'm confused. So I thought they were here because the dog has been designated vicious, it bit, and then it's subsequently been running at large, et cetera, et cetera.
No, not that I'm aware of. The dog has been allegedly running at large before the bite occurred. That was not reported to Animal Services, so we had no knowledge of the alleged at-large events before the bite occurred. That has just come up after the bite occurred. So once the bite occurred, we deemed the dog vicious as per the bylaw, and this was brought up after the bite, and the dog was deemed vicious.
Okay, well that makes better sense.
Councillor Parslow, then Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, so I will have to vote against the motion to have the dog assessed. I think given Wendy's impressions about the cooperation of the owner, that we monitor and report any further incidents of non-compliance with the requirements, you know what I mean? The muzzle, under control. And I don't want us to get into another level, which might be another budget item, I'm suggesting, okay? Just add to the part of things we do, and
That's why we do it.
taxpayer to pay, yeah.
Councillor Rogers and Councillor Javekov.
Yeah, well, this has been going on. I think I've just passed my course on how to assess a dog. Anyways, there's so many things that I just finished looking up here, and a lot of them is you set up a camera and you greet the dog, and it's all recorded. And there's a lot of people out there that actually do assess dogs and stuff like that. I think that, in all honesty, Wendy, I know how long you've been hanging out with animals, and I really think that this is something that you could just do. If the homeowner is actually willing to work with you and everything, and then all you need is a video camera to set it up, and then there's a bunch of things that I just read I'd love to talk to you about what I've seen. Because you're dedicated your life to it, and I think if there's anybody that's more qualified in this community right now to assess a dog would be you.
Whether courts would recognize it or not.
Exactly.
Well, I think just have Wendy work with the owner, like Mr. Parslow had said.
Councillor Jawekoff?
You know, this is a core responsibility as far as I see it for the city.
Safety, yeah.
And as far as spending money on it, I would far sooner spend money to prevent a kid from getting killed.
Yes.
I just dread to be in this council with us taking no action and then having a serious incident. That would be horrible. We would all be pretty sad. I think we need to do what we can. Jim's outlined a course of action that is available to us. We need to do it. Pit bulls, they're in the news every day. There's people that have been killed. There's some people in Fort St. John right now that are
still recovering,
handicapped because of bites from last winter. We need to support this motion. We need to go the next step, at least make an effort. If it's not available to us to destroy the dog, then this is at least an interim motion. And the money spent on core responsibilities is well spent.
Thank you. We had lots of conversation. Everybody's good. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. We appreciate it. And we'll recess now into closed and lunch. So we're going to have 16172 from the Director of Development Services regarding our road safety audit. Moved by Councillor Wilbur, seconded by Councillor Schumann. Discussion? Questions? Councillor Jawekoff?
So I just wondered again what the process is now. We accept this report, then what? Does it go to staff to start working on the priority one stuff?
Jim?
So through your worship, we've already been working on the things that are ours. That's one of the reasons why you have the new bump outs downtown. But if you look at the executive summary, what we're actually asking you to do is specifically concentrate on the items that are Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure responsibility, because we're going to schedule them into one of your next meetings. And they're going to be flat out asking you if you could only do one of these, which one would you choose? So council needs to kind of look at the ones that are specifically Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and see if you have a preference over which would happen first.
Okay. Any further questions? Any further comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.8. We have report number 16174 from the Director of Community Services regarding our demolition project update and the outdoor rink proposal. Councillor Jawekoff?
I'll make a motion that we don't proceed with an outdoor rink.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Rogers. Discussion? Councillor Jawekoff?
You know, again, it's just the cost of it. I mean, we're looking at 200,000 plus, and it'll be an ongoing operational cost. And at this point, when we're looking at services, yeah, I don't think this is the time to add that.
Further discussion? Yeah, you know, when this idea was brought forward, and I love the idea of having that recreational activity right downtown, the proximity to the arena where you could maintain it with staff and the Zamboni, you'd be able to really provide a high-quality bit of local activity and recreation for the community and residents. But as Councillor Jawekoff's indicated to me, 200 grand when we're in a time where we're facing some really significant decisions next year, I think it's appropriate that we defer that discussion until later on, perhaps in the coming years, when we have the capacity to do it. So, as much as I love the idea of it, and I think the proximity to it, I think the 200,000 is just outside the scope of what I anticipated or thought it would be. Councillor Parslow?
Well, you just said something there that, I mean, I like the idea of this very much. But so I'm wondering if the motion is not to do this, and then you use the word, Mayor, defer. So can I make a motion to defer resolution of this until budget discussions have concluded for 2017? It would stop it happening right now, but can it be put into the sort of the mix of things, or what do you think?
I think honestly that we'll have a firm discussion this year in our budget, and then have an understanding of what our capacity is and exists, and administration will be able to then come back and later on and say, you know what, we didn't think we had the capacity, but things have changed this year, and maybe there's an alternative to look at it in the summer or fall. Councillor Rogers and Councillor
It might be recognized after our OCP review as well.
Councillor Dweck?
You know, Rotary Lake is just about 2 acres. It's full of water, it's frozen. There's lighting there, there's parking. Everything is there already. All you have to do is just clean the snow off.
And that has happened.
And they've done that.
Well,
It's just not done.
it has happened when Rotary did it, and it was used for a week, and that was it. Then the fad wears off, and everybody goes home and plays video games. So,
Well, like I said, I think we come
It's just
forward,
not
and
downtown.
it's come as a good discussion. Brenda?
If the motion is not to proceed with an outdoor rink, then staff wouldn't,
Do anything further with it.
they wouldn't bring
Yeah.
it up at a future time
Yeah.
either.
Okay. We'll bring it up if we like.
Thank you. Jim?
Remember.
However, before you leave the report,
Yes.
so the good news in the report is that you budgeted 1.5 for those 3 demolitions, and they've come in at 800,000. And that's particularly significant when your last estimate on just the old swimming pool building was nearly 600,000. So this was obviously the right time for you folks to get that work done.
And to me, that excess capacity then that exists in that 700 grand perhaps comes into our reserve and gives us some opportunities and options next for our budget deliberations this year. And if we cap 200 grand out of that for the outdoor rink, then that just reduces the availability of making those decisions that we might be able to have to make within our budget. And I see it from that perspective. So, Jim, sorry.
And I would also call your attention to the information on how much of the waste was actually recycled or diverted rather than disposed of.
So
It's
that's
an
what
amazing amount, really.
That was my thing.
So, Councillor Schumann, you had a comment you want?
Yeah, what Jim just
She was
said.
on it.
I honestly, I think that was such a positive outcome for a land availability. Really got some significant risk removed from the city in the future by having those old structures in place that we would have had to make a decision or respond or react to without proper planning, and to have that kind of a competitive result was very, very positive. So,
We, as you know, when we got this price, we were concerned, we'd set a target in the documents of a third of it being recycled rather than landfilled, and we were also concerned about the costs of all that stuff being taken to the landfill, what that was gonna cost, and we were wondering if the out-of-town companies had properly priced that and everything. Well, these folks did properly price it because they diverted 70% of the waste away from the landfill. That's why they were able to make money while they were giving us such an attractive price.
that was a great result. Councillor Javeka?
yeah, the way the contract was done, I mean, there was no cost plus. I mean, there was $2,500 or something. So on a $750,000 contract, when you can eliminate any possible cost plus, it's a pretty complete contract.
And to Duncan's point, when I asked him about it, they had a total of $2,500 in change orders of work that had to be done that were outside the scope of the contract itself, which was amazing to think about all those old hazardous materials, glycol. I think they did a really, really top quality job. Thank you. So the motion is we do not proceed with the outdoor rink. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 7.9, 16175 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding sponsorship swag policy. Councillor Wilbur?
I'll move that the report regarding distribution of sponsorship items policy be received, further that the policy attached to this report be approved pending the required 30-day review.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor McFadden? Discussion. Councillor Javetkov?
So this just applies to things we sponsor, like, does it apply to the cruisers?
Yes.
So, how do those jackets fit in here then?
So they wouldn't be allowed?
$200 and some dollars, are
So?
they?
Next year
they wouldn't be allowed.
Well, we'll be telling everyone we sponsor to keep their gifts and use them for internal purposes. Those who slip through and try to hand you a jacket at council meeting, you'll be thanking them but declining. So.
Well, it is uncomfortable. I mean, it's a nice jacket, and you know, it was sized for me specifically, and I think my name might even be on it. I don't know. I put it in the closet.
Well, you got a special one.
But you know, I mean, so we granted them $10,000, and then we get, you know, $1,000 or $1,500 worth of stuff back for us personally.
The line.
Problems with your pricing there, Paul.
The line.
Well, it was total.
The line, to me, in terms of what you do, is the transparency of what you do as a public entity and how you accept things that organizations bring forward to you for your sponsorship. And I think, honest to goodness, the Miles Zero Cruisers is an example. Want us out there promoting the event on their behalf, and that's the reason for the jackets. Not, I don't think for a minute it was the fact that we give them $10,000. But to me, the transparency of the public is that they see us wearing those jackets, and we sponsor them. And so I love the idea of having a policy that's clear. There's clarity for us in guiding how we interact with community and residents and what we do, and say we have a policy that absolutely guides that. I'm going to give an example of, I had a meeting with a First Nations, Treaty 8 First Nation, and I said to them about, I forget what it was, I was inviting them to something, and the chief said, no, we have a policy, we can't accept a gift more than $50. I said, well, what if I buy it and it's not? And he said, no, we have a policy that we cannot accept a gift more than $50. And I love the message about that, of how the clarity around what you're going to do on behalf of your residents, and that's what we do. So I think it's great. I think we've done a good job of having administration bring this back, and it's clarity for us in terms of how we deal with those aspects. So well done. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 710. We have report number 16181 from the Director of Community Services regarding Christmas in Dawson Creek busing. Councillor Parslow.
Move the report 16181 from the Director of Community Services re Christmas in Dawson Creek free bus in 2016 be received. Further, that Council approve free busing from November the 19th and to November the 26th, 2016.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor McFadden. Discussion? Jim, this is historical and budget implications, or?
So it's on average in November, it's about $2,500 to $2,700 a month or a week in revenue that you get. So you're foregoing that, but you've been doing it so long that our budget doesn't build in that revenue. So there's no budget impact to you, but you are foregoing that revenue.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions, comments, Councillor Parslow?
This is just me here. Jim, just help me with the English language here.
Yes.
From November the 19th and to November the 26th. Why the and?
It shouldn't be there.
It shouldn't be there. Okay, you see, being a science guy, I didn't want to challenge. I have no authority to challenge, you see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So that gets us through reports. We're now on to 8 Committee of the Whole report, and we have 8.1, the report 16176 from Director of Corporate Administration regarding the Economic Development Vision and Strategy. Jim?
So administration's point of view on this would be Earlier in the meeting, you decided to acquire in-house expertise about economic development. I'd suggest that you don't go into these various strategies until you have that. Since you didn't uptake on Councillor Javatkov's view that you ought to have a job description before you hired. Basically, I think you should use the expertise and let that person help write his job description, because if you go through these strategies one by one and okay 10 of them and reject 7, and the in-house expertise you hire comes in and says you should have rejected this one but kept this one, surely you would want to listen to that advice, so probably you want to listen to it in real time. You probably don't want to do this work until you have that individual on staff.
Good. So we'll just make a motion and we receive this for information at this point. Councillor Schumann, Councillor Wilbur, discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Bylaws?
Nothing on bylaws, Your Worship.
10, Mayor's Business, and 10.1. So I want to start with the delegation that we had, because they've been patiently sitting in our gallery since 10 o'clock. And so I want to deal with the Hanson proposal on boundary extension. Councillor Javetkov?
I'll make a motion that we reinstate that initiative.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor McFadden? Discussion. Councillor McFadden? Councillor Wilbur?
Is this last, in August, this I think was the main reason for this not being successful was the cost of maintaining the road up the hill east of the property in question, as I recall. So are we only talking about that one parcel of land up there, or 2 or 3 more that the Hansons own? I'm a little confused about that.
Jim?
So through Your Worship, it's the same request as before. It would have the same financial impacts as before. I know that some councillors were persuaded by that. Others were more persuaded by the fact that the land would continue to be in the agricultural land reserve for the foreseeable future. I can't speak to what motivated councillors, but the financial dynamics haven't changed.
Councillor Wilbur and then Councillor Javetkov?
Well, I was just gonna, throughout discussions today, I've heard things like zero growth, decline in franchise fees from PNG and all this kind of stuff. And I just think this particular, moving forward with the OCP, but we started, we supported this right till the very end, and then we cut it off at the knees. And I'm thinking, by recognizing it, we're saying to us this is important part of our OCP. But also I think we're at that crossroads again of, do we want to grow or do we want to be stagnant? Because we have no control over these other people that own land that have been they've been there for a very, very long time. And because one developer is more progressive than another, I don't think they should be held, back because they're progressive in growing. And I have yet to see Mr. and Mrs. Hanson bring property forward that didn't quickly somebody built on that property. So to me, this is growth. I don't want to hear things like we have zero growth, we're not increasing our tax base, our franchise fees are lowering. All of that is a part of our tax base and growing. So I think we started supporting this. We should not cut them off at the knees. We should continue what we started, and the decision will be made by those who make it.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov?
So I guess my interest is speeding up the process. These processes take forever. And Jim's comment this morning that if the thing is if we go through the process now of including it in the city boundaries, we don't have to do that after the OCP is approved. So we save a year to 18 months of time. That's significant. I mean, these developers or the businesses that come in to locate here, they don't come in and say, well, we're thinking about coming here in a couple of years. They want to come in now and get going, eh? So I think that time frame is pretty significant.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
I think there was also some talk about, the business of waiting until our what is it called now?
OCP?
No.
South Beach Comprehensive
Our
Development
South
Plan?
Beach was completed, and I think that played a lot into some people's decisions as well.
Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, it was about the money and it was about the inventory and everything else. 2007, the ALC
approved the South Peace Economic Development Plan for Dawson
Comprehensive
Creek,
development.
Bruce, Coopy, and everybody else. Okay, that's a 15-year time frame, and that was supposed to respond to future development opportunities in Dawson Creek. The plan effectively gave approval in principle to several blocks of the ALR designated lands that were specified for non-agricultural uses. So that was a lot of land 15 years ago that was taken out of the ALR, brought into the city of Dawson Creek's boundaries. It's still vacant. So you want to bring in more agricultural land into the boundaries of Dawson Creek, and I can't see, or like there's other communities that would love to have the inventory that Dawson Creek has. So this comes around to the question of the money. I think it's $70,000 over 5 years. So that's a significant amount of money, and there's a lot of things that moving forward need to be looked at. We have an OCP, and we're talking about renewing our OCP. Our current OCP identifies tracts of land that are already in the city boundaries of Dawson Creek that were supposed to be developed first. So those lands are still not developed first. They're still not developed. So if we're talking about going through an OCP process, well, why even bother doing that? Because we're not even paying attention to the OCP that's currently in place. So yes, OCP has to get sorted out. Comprehensive development plan has to get sorted out. That's a plan. So we have the plan in place moving forward that identifies what the citizens of Dawson Creek want for their community to look like moving on in the future. And that's why I say let the process be carried out. Without the comprehensive development plan, there's absolutely no way any of that land is ever going to get taken out of the agricultural land reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Jvekov?
Just to reiterate some of the stuff that Ann mentioned this morning, we don't have large parcels available. They're used. The 10-acre plus parcels are gone. We've got a developer that's an aggressive developer. All of the land that they had available is developed. We're generating that one quarter out there, we're generating close to $750,000 a year in taxes thanks to their development. Every year we get that much in taxation to contribute to the city coffers. All we did was go through the process to make the land available. That's it. The rest of it, thanks to their beating the brush, finding people to buy those lots, set up buildings, we're collecting that much profit or that much tax. That land is just not available anymore. Yeah, we got 5 acres here, 5 acres there, but we need land that will attract companies to come in and build. We've already lost some businesses based on not big enough parcels for them. And the other thing, we're running out of developers. We've got land that's not being developed. They're sitting on it. We've had that for years. We just about lost out on residential because we've got land within the city limits that people aren't going to develop. They're sitting on the land. That's not a reason to stagnate the community. You know, we have to consider that. These people have to have, I guess, the wherewithal to do the development. So, you know, to get this in, I mean, all it does is speed up the process a little bit for us, and it gives an opportunity to have an aggressive developer. I mean, if this thing goes through, within 3 or 4 years, we could have a whole industrial subdivision down there generating another $750,000 annually.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Rogers?
I might be wrong on this report that I'm reading. I'd appreciate it if staff could help me out here if I am wrong. I don't want to be. In area 5 of this report that I was reading from years ago, identified 450 acres incorporated in the city. 69% of it was excluded from the ALR, plus 26% excluded on condition of rezoning. So the amount of well, that's light industrial, but the amount of commercial property that's vacant in Dawson Creek right now, I just wonder if staff has any idea how much there is that is already zoned for commercial, not the farmland that's already in. Because that would be another question, because how much farmland is already in this in the city limits of Dawson Creek. And then further to that, there's when Councillor Jbekoff, when you say that there's only that are no 10-acre parcels in Dawson Creek, well, when I was looking at the slides, I looked at a whole quarter section that was available, that was in the gray area just west of Tubby's. So, and to get that developed, yeah, if there's a demand for it, but what has the demand been for the last 2 years on what has the demand been for the last 2 years on sales of commercial properties in Dawson Creek? What has been the history for the last 2 years of the sale of commercial buildings in Dawson Creek? Well, all you have to do is phone up a realtor and say how many buildings have you bought, have been purchased and sold in Dawson Creek in the last 2 years, and the answer you'll get is about 2. The land that is also there is lots of land that's already currently available. So bringing in more land, and then one thing you haven't even looked at is what's it going to cost to service that land? Does the city currently have? Because I know that when they were talking about the subdivision up on 17th, the residential subdivision by 108, they were talking about water, getting water to that. But you're talking about bringing water all the way up, like another half a mile past that. So what infrastructure requirements is the city going to be on the hook for to develop that? Because we'd have to get water and sewer to there. And just another note that in our fire strategic plan, for the plan that came out for the fire hall, if that land gets brought in, that puts our 5-kilometer fire protection service right at the corner of that property. So that's a concern for me, is the water there. I think there's got to be a lot more studying that goes on before we bring more land in. My other concern would be that if we did bring the land in, how many years is it going to sit undeveloped? Years, like was talked about. You had Shipton's land that's been in the city limits for years. What benefit has that been for the citizens of Dawson Creek, and why is it not developed? I hate to go on and on and on. It's understood that yes, I own some land in Dawson Creek, but then, and I should be excluded from even talking about this. Well, my fiduciary responsibility is to the citizens of Dawson Creek. And if it's going to cost the citizens $50,000 over the next 5 years, I want to know exactly why I'm doing that. And then what if it isn't 5 years? What if it stretches into 10 years? And then what is the cost going to be to bring more water and sewer and services to that edge of town? I want to know, is there a demand for it? And right now I don't see a demand for it.
Thank you. Councillor Jbekoff.
Just one last comment. That quarter section of Carter's was approved. It was taken out of the ALR the same time as the Hanson quarter, and the Hanson quarter is all full. The Carter quarter has not been touched. So does that indicate to you that this guy's a developer? Not to me. As far as service costs, the developer bears the cost of servicing, so I don't have a problem with that. And as far as demand, you've got an aggressive developer They create the demand by going out, beating the brush, finding people to come in, purchase their lots, and develop them. You wouldn't have any clue about that demand unless you were the guy that was sitting beside him in the pickup doing the recruitment, the research. So if a person is willing to invest the money and has a track record, a history of aggressive development, that to me is something that I'd hang my hat on.
Thank you. One last time.
Okay, then I just would ask you this question then, well, why is it, if it's so profitable to develop the land, then why wouldn't you take the easy route and purchase land that is already available for development and develop that, where the infrastructure is already right close by? And referring to Carter's land there, that's the home quarter. That was their home quarter that Randy actually has. Randy is, you're right, he's not a developer. But if everything you say is true, that there is affordability, there's reasons for developing that property, then why doesn't somebody purchase that property and develop that property? Because there's not a demand for it at this current time.
Thank you. One last time, Councillor Wilbur.
Other than Councillor DeVitt covered a lot of what's going through my head, but when it comes to development, it's location, 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 and we cannot say that to one developer, you need to buy somebody else's property because that has to be developed first. It's none of our business. What is our business is if potential is there for that land, and that's going to increase our tax base, and it's going to change some of those things that we talked about earlier today, and we've already supported it to date. What the hell are we doing, pardon my language, but we cut these people off at the knees when they are developing all around us, and it has got nothing to do with council if someone else does not have the ability or the knowledge to develop the land they own. Nothing to do with council. These people do, they have a proven track record, and I think we're cutting them off at the knees after we've brought them this far. We have supported them right up till August, and then we cut them off, and it's wrong.
So we didn't support them because if it wasn't for a reconsideration, it wouldn't be in front of us. So the council hasn't supported them
Well,
up
I
to this
sat at the
point.
regional district
So-
meeting where they said it had to go back to the city and
So-
had nothing to do with
So
them.
it's a reconsideration right now, and
That's
that's for the reason that the majority of this council voted against it. So-
And the recommendation was to support
So,
those on.
we do have a process. We did say we're gonna go through an official committee plan. We did say we're gonna do the South Peace Comprehensive Development Plan. We committed to our partners of how we were gonna deal with our boundary extension, and I think that's the process we take forward in how we build that stuff, so. Anyway, we've had lots of conversation. You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's defeated. Thank you. Item 1, TransCanada video. And so I want to just give council a quick update. I've been engaging with TransCanada Pipelines and TransCanada as they're looking to develop in our community and working on an idea with them in terms of, we talked about economic development earlier, and it's about that. It's about trying to find a way to engage TransCanada in getting in here with supporting our local business. And I've used the Hank Bridgman video that we produced with Hank for the City of Dawson Creek promotional video, and I've used that as an example for them of how they could leverage the messaging of how when they come into a community and support it, that it benefits them and us. So, so I just want to give council an update. I'm working away on that with them. I attended the Northern Lights College groundbreaking for the Trades Training Center about 2 weeks ago, and you know, I think we underestimate and appreciate the value of what that $35 million commitment that the provincial government and federal government have made to our community and building a new trades training center. And so I'm really excited about the groundbreaking ceremony that took place 2 weeks ago, and that's underway. And Ledcor were the successful contractor, so I see the Ledcor trucks are in town, and so they're that'll have a $35 million. Will have a nice spend in the community and a huge benefit to the advanced education for our community.
Just
Councillor Parslow?
Where's the company from?
Ledcor? They're a huge construction company from all over Western Canada, I would assume, yeah.
I believe this particular
They're
project is being serviced from Edmonton.
Yeah. There's a really fun event last year, and I just want to raise it up. The girls have started the Home for the Holidays event again on November 25th, 26th, and it's a way for them to, this interior design, another company, and they use it as a fundraiser, and it creates some fun activity in the community for people to attend and visit homes that have been decorated, and they raise money for a charity through it by selling the $20 tickets. Last year, the revenue went to the dance at the Calvin Performing Arts, and I can't remember what they've done for this year. So anyway,
It's going to the arts. Is it the Art Society? The
Art Society or something. So anyway, it's another fun event, and I met with Sean Grant last week from the South Peace Grain Co-op, and I really think that sometimes we talk about economic development and all the things that go on in the community, and I really have engaged Sean in understanding the CN Rail stuff, and so I've started to have some conversation with him about how we can be more proactive, I guess, if I can use that term, and understanding the agriculture industry, how important it is to our community, and what components around that we should be aware of, and how we can support that foundational industry in our community that agriculture is and has been. We met with Pembina last week. Kevin, last week? Week before. And Pembina are in, they've got 2 or 3 major projects that are underway and are going to be here. And one of them is a lift station that they're putting power to just north of town, about 3 or 4 kilometers. $15 to $20 million project. 30 to 40 people will be working on it. They'll be here for 6 to 8 months and working out of the community, and gave us an update on the project and where it was, and they're very interested in, they've already connected with a number of our local businesses and wanted some suggestions on some other areas that local businesses that they could use for building their projects. And so it was a very positive interaction with Pembina, and they're absolutely looking to support our community in any way they can and leverage local business where they can, because they need to have that capacity here. So it was a real good day. I want to thank the organizers, Melanie and Tourism, for the Canada Lake Conservation Dinner that we attended last week or the week before. Boy, time goes by. At the local restaurants, and the participation from hotels and business community, and real nice message. And appreciate council who were there to go out and support the event, and we had a really fun night, and it was very well attended by, we were at Brown Social House, and had a really great evening. So appreciate the organizers for doing that. I also attended the opening business after 5 event at the North Peace Credit Union, who have just getting themselves established and set up in Dawson Creek in the building beside Starbucks, or in conjunction with Starbucks, and they're very excited about expanding their business into the South Peace and getting those connections, and so they had a real nice reception that I attended. Last week I was in Vancouver on Monday, Tuesday, and did 2 things. And the main purpose of my going down, and I asked for copies of that to be given to everybody on the Business and Business Council of British Columbia. And they were here last summer and did a exercise with local business people in our chamber, talking about business in 35 years and how do we build it, what's the economic forecast for our region, our community, our province, and how do we impact that. And so I was asked to come and attend the session last week on November 1st in Vancouver by Greg Davignon, the president of the Business Council of BC. I wanted to give council a bit of the agenda and some of the folks that were there. And to me, anytime, I was kind of humbled to be asked to participate in this. And when you have keynote addresses by the president of the University of British Columbia, and presentation by the Governor General of Canada, and a panel from Kevin Lynch, the Vice Chair of BMO Financial, and a clerk of the Privy Council and a significant individual, and then he was on a panel with Carol Taylor, the Deputy Minister of BC Finance a number of years ago. So it was very worthwhile, and I got 45 minutes to 50 minutes on stage with Minister Bond and a couple other folks talking about economic diversification and impacts to rural communities and the impacts to the interior of British Columbia and resource municipalities. And so it was a very strong opportunity to participate in that from the perspective of a rural mayor in a small community, and got to talk about Dawson Creek for 45 or 50 minutes. And so it was a really, really positive experience. 400, I would guess there was probably 350 or 400 people at this one-day session, and influential folks that were there. And so anyway, I just wanted council to have a look at it. And at the same time, I got asked to go and participate on Business in Vancouver radio, and so I took the opportunity, and they asked me. I did an interview with them about 3 weeks ago over the phone, and when I told them I was coming down to the Business Council, they invited me to come into the studio, and so I did another 20 or 25-minute interview with them on the Roundhouse Radio, and again, it was talking about resource municipalities and Dawson Creek and how it's being impacted, and another really, really good opportunity. Does anybody have any questions about those two? Just the Christmas tree light up was scheduled for November 18th. We heard about it from Kaylee from the United Way, and talking about that event coming up. So we won't get another council meeting before the Christmas tree light up, so I wanted to emphasize it today, and hope all the council can get out and we can give out some candy canes and celebrate the Christmas season at the tree light up. And again, thanks to the Oilmen's Association, who always step up at our Christmas season to get the tree and get it installed, and all the work associated with that. And it's a really significant event in our community, and I appreciate those guys doing that. I want to talk about this item number 11, the Treaty 8 Tribal Council presentation, and I've been working to establish some relationships with all of the Treaty 8 folks as it relates to a couple of tangents, and one is health. And because health has been such a significant issue to us in our community, and there's some components within the Truth and Reconciliation report and the 94 calls to action on municipalities and the tangent around health and health services and that. And so I've reached out to the Treaty 8 Tribal Council Association, and I'm scheduled to do a presentation to them in January about that, and just trying to build the bridge of relationship and neighbors with those Treaty 8 associations. And so I've got the invite hopefully for January 18th to attend and present. It's caused me, one other thing happened last week that didn't make it onto the agenda, but I want to mention right now, is that the Peace River Regional District last week approved the $5 million spend for the business plan for the Dawson Creek and District Hospital. And so that is one step in the process of getting the capital project through to the Minister of Health for moving it forward to Treasury Board. And normally the Minister of Health engages that direction to get the business plan done. But we met with Northern Health when we were at the Union of BC Municipalities meeting, and they suggested if both Vanderhoof and Queen Charlotte's were able to get their business plans completed, and that's how they moved their projects forward. And so we brought it back to the board at the Peace River Regional District, and they have approved that $5 million outlay for the business plan. It goes into the overall pot for the overall project of the hospital project of, it'll be 200 or 250 million. So that's the regional district's portion of it. Peace River Regional District has about $40 million in their reserve account for that hospital project. And so it's a complete cash outlay for that business plan. But I'm really excited that we've got the approval and support of the entire Peace River Regional District to do that plan and get it hopefully completed, and the approval of the Ministry of Health to get it forward and get it into the lineup then of the provincial government. Councillor Rogers.
Mayor's Roundtable.
Yes, so I'll, so that.
I thought you were done.
I got this. I had one more item, and I'll talk about that as well. Sorry, and thank you for reminding of that. The Tyra gave me a note, and it's the staff the city Christmas party in conjunction with all of the city Christmas, or the city events that take place at the Encana Event Center. So businesses and community associations that have a business, have a Christmas party, they all participate in it, and the city will be participating in that on Friday, December 2nd. At 6 o'clock at the Encana Event Center, and Tyra just wanted me to remind council of that that's when the city party would be participating in that. And lastly, the Mayor's Roundtable. I've been working on this event for probably 4 or 5 months and organizing it. We've had huge response, I think, to it. We've got upwards of about 80 people that have committed to attending. Got a great lineup of speakers that are coming to present. BC Hydro, Ministry of Highways, CAP, OGC, Assistant Deputy Minister of Natural Gas, Pembina, TransCanada, on and on. I think it'll be a really positive day. I've had great feedback from the folks that have registered and are looking forward to it, and really strong response from some of them. Pembina are sending their vice president along with a couple of senior procurement people. TransCanada, same thing. Lots of strong participation from industry folks and really senior folks that are coming and engaged in how active the South Piece is. And so I'm excited about the day, and I'm working on a presentation for our input in terms of why this is so important to our community as part of that economic development work that we do. There's the Mayor's update. Councillor Parslow.
So is the invitation list to the Mayor's Roundtable business people?
So so you're limited. I was limited in terms of space, in terms of how many. So we've invited local business people, local government people, all the mayors from the regional district, South Piece, and then the industry folks from Calgary. And so there's, like I say, there's about 80 to 85 people. But I was restricted in terms of how many people to invite, just because of the cost and size, right? You don't want it to be 200 people where then you don't engage and allow that interaction to occur between industry and the business people that are presenting.
Yeah, I was just thinking of inclusion of First Nations people.
I've invited 2 of the chiefs that I met with, so Chief Parento from the Soto and Chief Chikosi from the Prophet River, Lynette Chikosi, and I haven't heard back from him. I did talk to Chief Parento about a week ago, and he is going to be attending if he just was trying to clear out some calendars. And those are the First Nations communities that I've been able to present to and make contact with, and so I reached out to them on that basis.
So did you just sort of open it up and then people asked to come, or did you?
No, I just kind of picked from who I saw were the local business people, and that's the hard part, right? So I'm going to get that criticism from who got invited, who didn't get invited, but you're tight in terms of how much space you have, how much cost you have for tickets, and all of that stuff. So it's, yeah. You guys give the economic development to the mayor, and so I'll tell you this, though, having invited the South Piece people, I see the next one of engaging and enhancing relationships. Maybe we do it from a regional perspective, where we invite the logging and lumber industry from Chetwynd, and the coal industry from Tumbler Ridge, and the agriculture sector, and not just limit it to the natural gas sector, right?
We'll let your EDO sort that.
Yeah. Thank you, that's Mayor's business. Diary.
Nothing new on the diary, Your Worship.
Consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved, seconded. Councillor Wilbur, discussion? All in favor?
Climate neutral.
All in favor? Opposed? Strategic priorities.
So obviously, if you look at the chart, quite a few of the things you talked about today refer to the chart. But I just want to say, what a treat it is to work for you folks. Today, we had 3 different 4-3 votes, all with different people on them. In the course of today's meeting, everyone on council was on the losing side of a vote. The champions were Councillor McFadden and Councillor Javatkoff. They were on the wrong end 3 times. Councillor Wilbur and Councillor Parslow were on the wrong end twice. Councillor Schumann, Councillor Rogers, and Mayor Bumstead were on the wrong end once. And you were completely respectful of each other throughout that. And you have no idea how rare it is in this province to have a council that can disagree this much in a meeting and have it be just democracy in action.
So I've said this publicly before, and I'll say it again in front of everybody here, that I've never been involved in a board who's now at the stage where you can have and debate and discuss really significant stuff that are really, we're all passionate about. But people give their input. People elect us to give that input. People elect us to give our opinions. And the democracy says that the majority rule, and that's how you move forward. And I can't believe how positive that it is to me to sit in this chair and have that take place where people respectfully, passionately give their input into decisions, discussion, debate, and respect the majority. And honestly, it's a absolute. This council should be recognized for how strong it's performing and providing its governance role on behalf of the citizens that elect them. So I reiterate what Jim said. Thank you for that, because it is a very powerful organization that can have that governance leadership guiding the community. Councillor Parslow?
I'm a little concerned
that
the CAO is now delving into process
Tracking,
monitoring.
scorekeeper?
Process monitoring. I wonder if
He's
if he
retiring.
likes to do that, perhaps we can assign him some particular behaviors to observe.
He's retiring. He's got nothing else
I
to
haven't
do.
told you my list of the number of times you were wrong today. But I'm keeping that list also.
Ultimately, the electorate, if they get involved, which is a big if, will determine that.
Question and answer period?
He's laughing inside.
Media question, Johnny? We're so appreciative to see you
Did
back.
you miss us? You missed us.
Too long.
We feel badly
Just
for
tweet
your.
about it.
We feel badly. I feel badly for your coworker, Mike Carter.
Here we are. I wanted to ask first, was there a decision on hiring an economic development officer?
Yes. Yes.
The city is hiring.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, administration will be bringing back that information.
Yeah, my understanding, based on what I was reading about the report, is when it comes to municipalities in P3, is Dawson Creek currently the odd one out in that it doesn't have a designated economic development officer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Very talkative after the 7 hours.
Yes.
Just going down my list here. On the fire department renovation, there's mention in the report about making it so there's like essentially gender-specific dorms. Is that included in the current renovation plan to make that so there are gender-specific dorms in the fire hall?
We don't have
Jim?
a girls, right?
So we don't have a plan yet. Because of delay in this matter, we're well on down the road of the 2017 capital program. So I very much doubt if we'll have anything in front of council for the 2017 budget on fire hall renovations. So it'll probably be 18 that you'll see the phased in stuff for your consideration with the business plan, comparing it to new building, etc. Don't think you'll see anything in 2017 because we're just too far down the road.
So basically, it's not clear yet at this point whether or not that plan would include.
No, it's a recommendation. So the 5-year phase in the phase in over the 5-year plan, which will be compared to new, will include gender specific dorms.
Okay. Do you know if that's been, and I probably asked Shorty this, do you know if that's been an impediment to hiring female firefighters or?
Well, we've had 2 competitions in which there were female candidates. In one case, a female candidate was hired, in the other case, they weren't.
Yeah, I guess so.
So I don't think there's been any evidence that it's restricting either applicants or applicants being chosen.
There's another one, changing gears a little bit here. I know the rink was, votes against the rink there. Has the city operated one of those in recent memory, or would that have been a new thing?
Would have been a new thing. That we haven't operated one for a while, an outdoor rink.
No, we, in past years, we had a partnership with the school district where the school district maintained the infrastructure and we did the flooding and maintenance of the ice. And then we went to a model where the school district provided the infrastructure and we went to community groups and asked them to do the ice maintenance after we had established ice to begin with. But it's been quite a while, probably 20 years since we actually had one that we ran ourselves, built the infrastructure and ran.
There was a mention that there was a lot of concrete debris or something discovered underneath the pool. Is there anything like interesting in that debris?
It's actually not debris, it appears to be an old foundation possibly for the original community high school that was on that site and burned down in the 50s.
Back in the old days, Johnny, you just buried that stuff.
Yeah, you could just do that. On the land extension, it was a 4-3 vote, correct? Was that the same, basically, as the last time it came up, the same split? Or?
Yes.
I think so.
It's the same 4 and the same 3.
Okay, I figured that would change. And then the last one, this one is also random. There was something in the release from Close about requesting an easement from the Cloud Lake band, something related to a walking trail. I'm just kind of curious about what that's.
Over behind the mall, he's talking about.
So, I don't know where McLeod Lake Indian Band comes from.
Where
I think Des Chow used to own it.
Okay, so the current owners have granted us some land as a donation for us to connect the walking path from the east side of Brookside Cemetery to the new bridge that the Rotary built, the container bridge, because the lower level walking path, which was closer to the creek, it's just constantly eroding. It's just not stable enough there for a walking path. So now we're going to sort of go up on the high ground.
Okay.
And that was a property formerly owned by Des Chow.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then Des Chow's owned by. Okay.
And Des Chow is not the current owner of that property. They're not the ones who donated.
Actually, it was in the Cloud Lake Band Industrial, I think.
Population of the world.
Oh, okay.
You don't have any? You don't have a figure.
I don't.
That's everything from me.
Think about it as being
Thank you. And adjourn. Councillor Rogers, Councillor McFadden, all in favor? Thanks, everybody.